Ladies and gentlemen, episode number 407 live, and happy Halloween! Welcome to a very special edition of the Archiverse. Tonight, we are going to celebrate Halloween together. We have a monstrous Archiverse World Tag Team Championship Gold Rush Tournament, and look at the monsters that are going to go to battle in this. We have nothing but elite level wrestling going to happen tonight in the squared circle, and all streamer teams. It's the very first time in many months. I was just actually talking about that with the great Glenola, who we're going to invite onto the broadcast in just a moment. But welcome to the show. Welcome in. Again, we're going to do a very special Halloween-themed Gold Rush tournament tonight, so we're going to have a little bit of fun. We're going to watch some great matches, talk to great people, and, of course, we've got the dirt sheets. We've got some lists to run down. We're going to have a good time. So welcome to episode 407. We're going to invite the great Glenola and Boss Apollo onto the broadcast right now, because the co-hosts of the most do not deserve to be waiting in limbo. Welcome to the show, guys. Thanks for being here. As always, you guys are awesome. And, of course, both pillars of the Archiverse. So welcome in. How are you guys doing tonight?
Hi, everybody. I'm Fire Frog's Hair.
Finer than Frog's Hair.
It doesn't get old.
It never gets old. No, I know. It does make me laugh every time he says it. Because you know what? Before I met, I'll be honest. Before I met Glenola, I had never heard that before. I'd never heard anybody in my life say finer than Frog's Hair. So when I said, "Hey man, how you doing?" and he said finer than Frog's Hair, I just about busted a gut. Like, it's a good thing it wasn't me live and it was him, because I was like, "What? Who says that?" And then, but as you get to know Glenola, you're like, "Okay, Glenola says that. Glenn says that. That's who says that. Glenn Ketchum says that." But
my dad, said it when I was a kid. And I never knew where he got it,
Oh, your dad used to say that?
Yeah, that's why I picked it up.
All right, so let's have a history of finer than Frog's Hair.
Uh-oh, yep, history time.
So,
history time.
That was, I never have found out where he learned it. However, when I first started here hanging out with I'm Just Key, I'm Just Key's responsible for a lot of things, but one day he asked me, where that comes from, and
the OG villain of Twitch.
It up, and the first mention of finer than Frog's Hair in print was in the mid to late 1800s in a book.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Whoa. Again. Yeah, I was just gonna say, let's have some documented proof here. Let's not just run off at the beak and toss around the word history with a little factual evidence to back that puppy up. Let's go.
So the radio station.
How dare you present information without facts?
Okay. Here we go. I just went with the first first result. The Glendale Sentinel is where this is out of. Where did that come from? Finer than Frog's Hair. Now it's dated March 7th of 2017, and it's Amy Reeves who wrote the article.
Let's do it.
But it says in part, this is an American simile and dates back to the mid-19th century and is used to relate that you are feeling excellent. C. Davis's diary of 1865 has this entry. I have a better flow of spirits this morning, and in fact feel as fine as Frog's Hair, as Pozzo used to say. There's a little known or less known variant from the southern states as slippery as Frog's Hair.
As slippery as Frog's Hair. So we have finer than Frog's Hair, and then we have slipperier or slippery as. What is it?
Slipperier
that
slippery
we can't even listen to us
as Frog's Hair.
Listen to us trip over our tongues over a simple term like slipperier than Frog's Hair.
No, it's as slippery as Frog's Hair.
As slippery as Frog's Hair. Oh, there we go.
But yeah, and that actually, especially this is used to note money, especially if it's newly acquired. For example, from Time, February 1974. Disturbingly, many of the plaque owners are contractors or architects who stood to benefit from making political contributions. Frog Hair, as such funds are known, because as old Sooners, sellers who jump the gun and arrive too soon to acclaim, say, new money feels as slippery as Frog's Hair.
That's hilarious.
But, yeah.
I mean, what would make somebody say that, much less eventually have it coined into history? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's funny.
The frog's hair thing, that's kind of interesting. 1865.
It sounds like something, I don't know, somebody from Ireland would say or something. You know what I mean? It sounds like something the Irish would say. That much I'll say.
It does. Which
Yeah.
I have Irish in me, so.
Well, there you go. But that's hilarious. What else does it say? Does it say?
In that article, that's pretty much everything.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here.
Finer than frog's hair and as slippery as frog's hair. Slippery.
Of course, there is a some variations down, especially in the South, such as finer than frog's hair split 4 ways.
Finer than frog's hair split 4 ways. Okay. Horse and quarter was that frog hair, baby. But that's interesting, though. But yeah, it's just like I said, the very first time I heard you say it, I'm glad I wasn't on your broadcast and or doing a live show, because I almost busted a gut. I was like, what in the blue hell did he just say? Huh? Man said finer than frog's hair when I asked how he was doing. Like, what?
Yeah. Well, of course, then you get, it fits in with those old sayings. I like knee-high to a grasshopper.
Knee-high to a grasshopper, yeah. I mean, I think generally everybody's heard that one before. But that is not the same as somebody walking up and you say, hey, man, how you doing? They say, yo, finer than frog's hair, baby. It's like, what? But it's cool, though. And now we know that there's history to it. It's even cooler, so there's that. Has anybody else heard the term finer than frog's hair before? I mean, Glenola's giving us a rundown of history of it here.
Hello, Joe Link.
Just a moment.
So, Joel, together we will grow strong and our communities will remain strong by our constant support.
All right, anyways. Welcome in, Joe Link. What's going on? What's new and exciting? How was your Halloween? How was Halloween at the Link residence? By the way, Boss Apollo, how was your Halloween?
Oh, I mean, I worked today, so.
Did you go trick or treat? Oh, you didn't go trick or treating then.
Nah.
Glenola did. We know Glenola dressed up. Glenola went out as a prostitute. He was. What was it you called yourself today, Glenola?
I just did a screenshot of Hell's DJ.
Hell's DJ. He was dressed like a prostitute. He was wearing fishnets and high heels and everything. It was a glorious selfie.
I had to go to work.
I had to go to work. But yeah, so did you have to hand out candy or anything like where you live, Glenola, or no?
I ended up handing them out. Yeah, what we had.
Did you? Yeah.
We didn't have a lot of it. We'd kind of eaten it all, but.
You ended up eating it all. How nice is that? You get some cute little boy come to the door dressed as Mario. Trick or treat. I'm sorry, I ate all the candy. Fuck you. I mean, what kind of?
We had about.
You traumatized that poor child for the rest of his life. He was the very last child to your house. He was just looking for a piece of candy, and he can't get that piece of candy.
We shut the light off when
there
was 3 pieces left, so we went ahead and cut the light off just in case a group showed up. Rather than run out of or not have enough for them, we just shut the light off. But we'd had a group of 7 show up right before that. But we did have Mario, but we did have somebody show up as Bowser.
Bowser?
Yes, we actually had Bowser show up.
I mean, was it a good costume, or was it like one of those?
It was a store bought, but it was still decent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's cosplay, and then there's thrift store.
No, this was a kid, with a decent costume. It wasn't cosplay, and it wasn't well, let's just kind of grab this piece of felt and throw it on you. Hey, Grandos.
So, wait, like, do you live in an area where there's a lot of, like, do you live in a built-up area where there's a lot of kids, or no?
Not really. 2,300 people in the town I live in. Or no, sorry, 2,700.
Is it like suburban,
it's a
or
small
is it?
Town. No, small rural.
It's small rural. Okay. So you're outside city limits then.
No, I'm in the city limits, but it's a rural town. It's,
okay.
You're small town. Everybody knows everybody type place.
Gotcha. What about you, boss?
So, they said I give out candy.
Well, I mean that, and/or like, do you live in an area that's built up? Like, is there a lot of kids in your area? Did you have a lot of people at your house tonight, or?
Nah, I know we do candy this year, and in my neighborhood, let's see, it's not a lot of kids in my neighborhood. It's some bad kids it's some bad kids that across the street, but they probably went somewhere else. So we got the people across the street, next door neighbor, the weird people, the weird Mexicans. That's all we got.
Gotcha.
But other than that, we don't really have a lot. Well, I don't when COVID. Before when COVID was here, there was a lot of kids outside.
Yeah. So is that still an issue over there then? People just aren't really quite back to normal yet?
No, I think because they was kids now, mostly kids in my neighborhood, they all teenagers now, so they probably go other places. But it's pretty much like it's like older people in this neighborhood, like older people. It's like people that got kids, but they all teenagers now, so they don't really do all the. They probably go other places. So I know, like in my neighborhood, most people they go trick or treat and they go to the rich neighborhood. They go like to the rich neighborhood to get candy. They don't really go to like.
Gotcha.
We got the north side, the central, and then we got the south side. I'm on the south side. Most kids they go to the treat, they go to the north side of town.
So there's more. So you have like a demographic where there's closer to like a retirement area in your. Is it that demographic, or is it just?
Like I say, people like when I say it's
like is it a retirement community type of thing?
Oh no,
not necessarily retirement. I don't mean like a retirement home, but I mean the population is more aged than it is.
You said like in my neighborhood, like where I stay at, or the host.
Well, yeah, where you live.
Well, in my neighborhood, it's more. I'd say it's like between the age limit part from 30, probably to like probably like 60.
Oh, okay. So there's just less kids in your area then.
Yeah, it's just less. Yeah,
just
okay.
Because it's like not close to retiring, but still aging enough that they're not having more kids.
Yeah.
Like, okay, gotcha.
Like, my street, but you go to like the other side, like you go to the block over. It's like kids on the block over.
Yeah, and of course, in Glenola's neighborhood, the kids have all moved to a different neighborhood because he walks around at Halloween wearing, hooker uniforms, so he scares them all away. The parents are relocating at a rapid rate. The city is going to be, discussing lawsuits against the Ketchum residents for, creating an exodus from his town. But sorry, what'd you say?
Was there a lot of kids in your neighborhood?
It was weird how tonight started, actually. So there is, but it started out. Now I think people maybe were watching the weather because there was a threat of rain, and it did. It did actually rain, but much later than it was supposed to. But it started out, there was actually more older kids coming to the door. Before I had any young kids come to the door, I must have had, 30 kids that were between the ages of probably 12 and 15, 16 type of thing. And then finally they all started trickling down, and we had easily over 200 kids.
Dang.
Yeah, easily over 2. Because the missus, she bagged up a bunch of candy, and then there was loose candy in the bottom. But there was 200 bags. They all went, and all the loose candy went. So yeah, easily. And no kid, even when they weren't taking the bags, no kid took more than 2 candies at a time.
Oh, y'all left it outside? Like after y'all left it outside?
Well, except for one of the children that live here and his friend, but. That's going to happen. If they can't raid their own candy bowl, then what's the point?
Yeah, I know it's kids. I know. Kids
I mean, we know Glenola raided his candy bowl while handing out candy. How dare you, sir?
Oh, we didn't do it while handing it out. We had done it ahead of time.
Oh, so you just had none. You had none. You know what they did? They left all the crappy candy that comes from the dollar store. They ate all the.
Most of what was in there was Snickers.
Snickers is delish. You know what I like better though? Mars or Three Musketeers.
Yeah.
And mute buttons are great. I love those. But wrappers, I hate the sound of wrappers. It's worse than.
I was not touching a wrapper.
Somebody was.
Nope.
Although it is Halloween time, so I guess I'll give it a pass tonight.
I was digging into a bowl of tropical snack mix that I added some
tropical snack mix. Do explain.
Into.
Of course you added chocolate chips into it. Glenola adds chocolate chips to everything.
Yeah,
cereal, peanut butter, and toast.
Definitely. You have never done that? That's actually really good.
I mean, no.
You take you spread your peanut butter on your toast and sprinkle on some chocolate chips. Ooh.
See, I like to watch what I eat.
I do too.
I
watch it all the way from the plate to my mouth.
Yeah, this we understand.
But no.
There's also the reason there are no more pie eating contests in Glenola's town, because he already beat out all the former champions. Mostly because he ate all the pies before the competition started, so there was no competition. It's still being investigated to this day. Nobody really knows what happened, but yet here Glenola is all ballooned up from pies. Nobody pays attention to that fact at all. But, Joe Link is Hulk Hogan. Nice. I'm going to see who I am right now, actually. Probably Ruby Soho. I got Hulk Hogan too. What the hell? Joe Link, you and I are both the Hulkster. You can be the immortal Hulk Hogan. I'll be NWO Hollywood Hulk Hogan. And Glenola is, of course, the head of the table. Of course, he's the head of the table. Comes in as Roman Reigns. How dare he?
Kind of fits what we've been talking about, don't it?
It kind of does, doesn't it? It kind of does. But yeah, so everybody had a good Halloween, though? Whether you went out for trick-or-treating or did not?
Overall, I did. Had a nice stream. And
Yo, Crondo, what's going on? Welcome into the tournament. What's new and exciting, Crondo? Did we get a shout out for Crondos?
Yeah, I gave him one.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, not much.
I thought I saw you sneak in.
I said I didn't have to work today, so I was like, oh, I put it in the chat that I could join for a bit, and I was like,
hell yeah.
I know they're talking about candy and eating pies, and I'm like, okay.
Candy and pie. Yes. Well, we were discussing the fact that in Glenola's town they can no longer have pie eating contests because Glenola sneaks in the night before, eats all the pies, and then claims to be the victor. You know?
Well, that's a good way to win.
It's definitely a good way to win. Definitely a good way to win. Just like the Wolfpack, always finding a way to cheat, right? Always finding a way to cheat.
Wolfpack never cheats.
Well, I mean, I guess if it's not an official competition and you just simply decide you're going to dine in the kitchen that happens to be preparing the pies for said competition, technically it's just break and enter and theft over 1,000.
Yeah.
That'd be a terrible way to end up in jail, you know.
Ate too much pie.
Yeah, you stole pies that belonged to a pie eating contest.
And The Rock would be grinning like ear to ear.
Oh.
Explain that to your inmates. Yo, Holmes, what are you in here for, man? Well, let me tell you a story. I ate pies. And don't fuck with me because I'll eat you next. But, Like, how would you present that information? You would get your ass whipped immediately, wouldn't you?
Well, probably.
Yeah. I don't see that going well.
I don't know if you've seen that I told her I dressed up as Cool's favorite character today.
You dressed up as... Did you? Is it in... hold on, is it on Discord?
I don't know. I could put it in there. I don't know if I did or not.
All right, let's do that.
I even dressed up my... I have a little Chihuahua dog.
Did you?
I dressed her as a
Oh, did you? I was going to say, you know what you should have done? Oh, I wish I had known in advance. Say you were going to dress your dog. I am the king of cosplay idea. I just asked for Rocket Moth Legs. But you should have dressed your Chihuahua up as Mighty Mouse. That would have been epic.
The only other costume I have for my dog, my Chihuahua, is Underdog.
And everybody
That's
listening...
what I was going to say, was Underdog.
Everybody listening to this broadcast right now is saying, did that motherfucker just say dress the Chihuahua up as Mighty Mouse? Are we having that conversation? But Underdog was that is... you guys both had that thought, didn't you? See, I had to be unique.
Yeah, yes, I have. I used to have another Chihuahua years ago. That
you ate the Chihuahua?
No, I used to have the Chihuahua.
That's what I said. What did I say? I mean...
You said you ate the Chihuahua?
That's what I said. You ate the Chihuahua.
No, it had to be
he just doesn't want to confirm that. He doesn't want to have a problem with animal rights activists that are against, actual hot dogs.
Underdog for a few years.
That's cool as hell. Do you have pictures of that? We would like to see pictures of your Chihuahua dressed up as Underdog, because that's pretty badass. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd have to search my phone and see if it's on there. What's going on, Cosmic?
I'm looking at. So, what's your dog's name?
My Chihuahua, it's a girl.
No, your beard. My Chihuahua. Do you have another dog? I don't even see another dog in the picture. How dare you?
The other dog, it's newer. It's
You do have another dog. Okay. Well, when you said you had, I assumed that you now just had one dog. Now you're adding into the picture here that you actually have an Australian Shepherd. All right.
Yeah, like I don't have he didn't dress up because it's his first year. And
so, Le Chihuahua. What's the dog's name?
The Chihuahua's name is Zoe, and then my my Australian Shepherd is Ludo.
Zoe, the witch dog, and sorry, Ludo.
Yeah.
Like
You ever seen the Labyrinth? He's that big brown monster.
Well, I own the Labyrinth, so yeah, I was actually gonna say. Interesting. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he's not even a year old yet.
He's just a baby, eh?
Yeah, so he's still learning all this stuff. So we couldn't take him out with people because he'd just jump on everybody.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have a dog that's 3, and he still wants to do that. He's a good dog. He doesn't bite or anything like that. I mean, he plays with cats and crap. So I mean, but he's still springy and bouncy. He's still very much puppy-like, even though he's technically not a puppy anymore. Which can be a bit of an annoyance because he's big. So. Depending on what room you're in, it's like a bull in a china shop. You know what I mean? But he's a good dog. He's smart. He's a very lovable dog. So he's a great addition to the family. But he just happens to be annoying at times. But the dogs do that to you. Man's best friend annoy the hell out of you sometimes. That's just the way it goes. Better than cats. Cats are devious. I have cats. I have 2 Bengal cats actually, but I'm not a cat fan. I'm not a cat person. Because I've had cats. I've seen lots of cats. Friends had cats. And one thing cats all have in common is they are devious. They, no matter how much you love them and they pretend to love you, you cannot trust a cat. Yeah. You can't trust them. But they are very cool creatures, and that's why we all take them and, bring them into our homes and attempt to coexist with them. You know, while they're knocking all your vases off your counters and messing with your dishcloths and whatever else and good God, the first couple of years you have a cat and try to have a Christmas tree, that is a battle in itself. That is a battle in itself. Oh my good God.
You might as well just lay the tree on the floor.
Oh God. We actually gave up at one point. Yeah, we just stopped putting the decorations back on. We just started putting them away. Any ones that came off, we just put them away. By the end of by the time Christmas came around, there were very few ornaments. Oddly enough, they left all the kids create ornaments. So we have ornaments that are created by the kids on the tree, and the cats never touched those. Oddly enough. But every other ornament was fair game. I don't know how they decided to choose which ones they were going to knock off the tree and which ones they didn't. But yeah, that was weird, I found. Coincidental, perhaps, but it was weird. So, but yeah, they're Bengal cats, so they are a little bit unique compared to most cats. They're actually, for those, if anybody's allergic to cats, or you're not really allergic to cats, you're allergic to the dander in their fur. But if that's an issue for your Bengal cats, are the closest thing to what you would consider hypoallergenic. So, like my bonus daughter, if she touches a normal cat, she'll break out in blotches immediately, and sometimes have breathing problems for the rest of the night. And the Bengals don't bother her at all. They're very silky feeling, very beautiful cats. They're part Asian leopard, so that's and if you have a real Bengal, they are either part Siamese or they are part Egyptian Mao, is the two original breeds. Check for those, because Bengals are now these days being watered down to utilizing any common house cat with the leopard cat, but they don't turn out as good, if you will, for lack of a better term. But I mean, I'm not a breeder. I don't even. For lack of a better term, we'll say that they don't turn out as good. But they are awesome cats. They are very vocal. They literally have 1,000 meows, and if you don't do your very best to figure at least some of those out, they will lash out at you and even hurt you. So. They have razor sharp claws, and you know how a normal cat will claw you, and even sometimes catch your skin and drag you. So a Bengal, they will sink their claws into you and then start to retract, so it actually digs the claws into your skin, almost like an eagle would grab onto its prey.
Oh man, that sounds like it hurts.
Yeah. Oh, it does. It does. They are very, very good at like if they were let go in the wild, they'd have no problem surviving. I'll tell you that. No problem surviving. Except for the fact they got to get used to, like, you know, big machines and vehicles and everything else. But aside from that, if you were to let them go in a forest somewhere and they just lived out their days in that forest, they would hunt their life content, no problem. Live in trees. Like, they are razor sharp claws. They're very smart. But yeah, you definitely got to figure out some of their meows, or they do take offense to you not taking the time to do that. I'll tell you that right now.
Of course, they are something to really think about, though.
They're also expensive, just so you let them ahead of time. They are expensive.
But the Egyptian word Mao is
M-A-U.
Yeah,
but
cat.
Yes,
So
I know that.
In other words, it's an Egyptian cat.
Yes. But there's also regular common cats. A Mao, an Egyptian cat, a Mao is a very specific breed of cat. It's not. It's like the difference. I just had to, It's like the difference between a Himalayan and a. I don't know. What do you call a regular? Just a regular cat, I guess. I don't know. Because you know when people talk about dogs, they'll call them Heinz 57 stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I've heard a lot of weird terms utilized for what you would consider a mutt.
You know, asshole, punter.
That is most cats. That's not even a lie. It is most cats. But there's also good cats. I mean, I've also had a Siamese cat. I'll tell you, Siamese cats are just as tricky. Those little buggers are devious. Yes, and they get cranky very easy. They really, really do. So, but anyways, boss, you got the dirt sheets up and running, or I got to get mine going here. Do you have something in front of you?
Let's see. According to my calculations,
Cosmic says that his cats don't even attack his tree.
They don't attack your tree? I mean, how old are your cats though? Like, are they still young cats, or are they older cats? If you tell them they're younger, we're going to ban you, just so you know ahead of time.
Apparently, Crondo says in Venezuela they call cats food.
They call cats food. Well, I think they do that in other places too, but we won't discuss that. We won't talk stereotypes here. Okay? We're not doing that.
I'm tired of hearing about CM Punk, so I'm going to skip that one.
Oh, CM Punk. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm tired of hearing about CM Punk. Until they actually finally decide to do something with him, I just don't care, right?
Yeah.
And as far as we know, but you know what's funny is apparently, because boss, you were reading something about Triple H not wanting to bring him back, but then you've got all these other people trying to talk him into bringing him back and popping it out into the media to get into his head to bring him back. You know, it's like. But again, my question to everybody is: if you bring CM Punk back, what do you do with him that makes it worth the bill that you're going to have to flip to pay for him?
Right. Like I said yesterday, what I would do is, if that was the case to bring him back, I will only sign him to the NXT and have him perform now. Because I wouldn't have him.
I don't disagree with that.
I won't have him messing with the main rosters.
The problem is, will he come in with the same ego and attitude as always and automatically think, oh, NXT is beneath me? I hate to tell him at this point, NXT's ahead of him, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
There's some great talent coming out of NXT and in NXT, and you know, CM Punk is not only not as active as a lot of these guys, he's also aging. Hopefully, I just caught that in time.
It says It said I got something that says Bray Wyatt will be making the trip to Saudi Arabia for Crown Jewels.
It says what, sorry?
It says Bray Wyatt will be making the trip to Saudi Arabia for Crown Jewels.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Let's see what we're talking about. Weeks in his epic return at WWE, the Extreme Rules Real Life event, and for that, Bray Wyatt had been appearing on Friday Night SmackDown, said a whole lot while saying much at nothing at all. Well, to be fair, the company saw the success of the White Rabbit story, teasing his return, and have decided to keep it going with more cryptic storytelling. It's doing what they intend to do, with plenty of folks digging and talking about the recent introduced Uncle Howdy.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah. I was getting interrupted, but I won't. No, you finish. I can ask my question when I'm done.
Okay. Where all this might be going, it's hard to say, really, but we do know where the man himself will be heading later this week. Saudi Arabia, but it don't say what he be doing, what he would be doing, but that's all I say so far.
Yeah. Well, what do you guys think of the Uncle Howdy and everything that is so far transpired? You know what I still have to watch? I still have to watch that segment with the Bloodline where Sami Zayn just about busts them all out of character. Actually, actually, we shouldn't say that. Let's face it, because I've seen some of the memes and the pictures that he did break them out of character. I mean,
you should say they always cracking up.
They just didn't fully burst out laughing. You know what I mean? So, but I have to watch that because that I said, and I stick by what I said last night, is that working with Sami Zayn in pro wrestling must be a lot like working with Jim Carrey on the set of a movie, because he's very much like Jim Carrey in the sense that he's very animated, he's full of charisma, and he is a funny guy. So, I mean, could you imagine? You're trying to pull off this serious role. You're the head of the table, the tribal chief, and you guys are the most dominant and then you got Sami Zayn sitting there doing some outlandish shit and getting them all reared up. And I have a feeling they're going to utilize this as part of the story, because I think Sami Zayn's going to be the one that eventually breaks up the Bloodline. I do.
Me too. I think so too.
Initially, I thought maybe Solo Sikoa, because he hasn't been under the rule of the head of the table, the tribal chief, for as long as everybody else, and he might get in Jay and Jimmy's ear. But I think it's going to be Sami Zayn, and how funny would that be if somebody like Sami Zayn was the one that went in and was managed to self-destruct? But he could go on and say how they were phony and they weren't, how we had, they had a good time all the time, and they, while they're trying to pull off this, dominant heel persona. So, but I don't know. We'll see what they do with it. But I've come up with some pretty funny thoughts. But yeah. So, I mean, what do you guys think of it, though? What do you guys think of? That, and what do you guys think of what's been going on with Bray Wyatt? Just out of curiosity.
So far, I think they had taken the thing slow before they decided to pick him a target. So I think they're playing about a year so far, but so far I'm liking it so far.
You're liking it so far, yeah. Glorola, have you seen any of it at all? I know you don't watch a lot of.
No, I haven't.
No. Yeah. Okay. Krondos, Joe Link, what about you guys? What do you guys think of what's going on with Bray Wyatt? And of course, what do you think is going on? What do you think about what's going on with the Bloodline and Sami Zayn?
Well, I think the Bloodline and Sami Zayn, I think you guys are right that he's going to eventually break it up because he's going to drive a wedge through all of them.
Yeah.
Usos.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to happen, and I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, that's definitely hilarious. Because they even say that Roman tries to even say the word "Usi," and he can't. Say it.
I love that term, "Usi." He isn't being Usi.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be checking it out. But you know what? Hey, speaking of not being Usi, we're not being very Usi. We've got a bunch of people here ready to watch a tournament. I say we continue our discussion, but I say we get the show on the go and get episode number 407 live on the go. The tournament bracket is ready. Let's have a quick look at this tournament bracket. Again, it is a monstrous tournament, and this is the first time in many, many months. Like, we're going back to the old Wrestle Kingdom show when we used to have streamers versus streamers, and then we opened it up to streamers versus the world. So it's been many, many months since we had a tournament or matchups of any kind, a show, with all streamer teams. And tonight, we have some of the very best tag teams in the Archiverse, whether it be Wrestle Wars or Starrcade, going against one another, and they are all streamer teams. So this is going to be a smoking hot night, and of course they're all battling it out to take on the Coalition at the end of the evening. Each of the matchups are going to be under no count out, no disqualification rule set, and it is going to be a fire evening. But before I get the first matchup on the go, are we opening betting lines? I don't know if anybody opened them. I wasn't paying attention for a bit there. You did? Okay. So I want to make sure I do that. I'll do that right now. But let's have a look at the cast here. We have the Anarchist, the Fiend, and the Nightmare Damien set to go tonight against Demolition. That's Team Kraken Skulls taking on Complete Geek TV, and of course Team the Turret Man. The Fiend, of course, part of the Archiverse team, is under employment, however, with somebody else. But the Anarchists raring and ready to go and challenging Demolition in this tournament. In the next leg of the bracket, we have formerly known as Phenomenally Lethal repackaged their group a little bit and beefed up their faction, if you will. Look at the villainy here. We got the Soul Man Jay Simmons teaming up with the phenomenal Joe Lincoln tonight. Phenomenal Soul, their new name, and they are taking on the Primetime Players. J.R. Jack, unless, of course, your Team Christian Cool, then is Jack Jr. And, of course, his partner in crime, the Great Champ Jackson, the Primetime Players. Second half of the quarterfinals, we, of course, have, well, one half of the Wolfpack, or not even a half, might be a third at this point. We have Dexy Kruger and, of course, Jason Ephraim Voorhees taking on the Weapons of Mass Destruction, and that is just disturbing, by the way, but that's all I'm going to say. I'm not surprised at this point. I mean, again, the antics of the Wolfpack in general, their villainy, their treacherous behavior, and of course, Alan Severn, the serious ones of the group, always entertaining the antics of the other parts of the group, to the point we have turned the Archerverse into the giant cosplay epicenter of the world. It is quite ghastly. I do not approve. However, I guess I really didn't leave it at what I said I was going to, did I? I just went off on a rant. I blame Joe Link for that. I blame Joe Link. He is on the broadcast tonight, episode 407 live for the Gold Rush Tournament, and he did not even attempt to interject there to stop my rant. That is ghastly. Not doing your job. But anyways, we got the Wolfpack taking on the Weapons of Mass Destruction. And that's the Wolfpack is Team Froggy Moth Legs taking on Team Soul Embers and, of course, Team Dogface from the Doghouse. And last but not least, we have the other half of the Wolfpack, Corrito Sinister Farmer and War the Machine taking on Demon Razor and Eddie D. Terror from the Public Enemy. Smoking hot quarterfinals. It is going to be very interesting. And, of course, again, at the end of the eve, the goal for all 8 teams is to be challenging the Coalition, the one Elijah Archer, and, of course, the one KO show, Kevin Owens, for the Archerverse World Tag Team Championship. But, so I'll get the betting line open, and we'll get the first match of the evening underway between Demolition and the Anarchists. Just give me a moment to get the betting line set up.
All right, Anarchists over Demolition.
Ooh.
Phenomenally Soul. Wolfpack and Wolfpack.
Wolfpack and Wolfpack. Of course, I knew that was Kevin. I mean, that was a given. That was a given. Although I guess it wouldn't be the first time in history that Glenola bet against his own team, though. He has done that on a couple of occasions. You know, I wouldn't say as often as Boss Apollo does it. I mean, Boss Apollo
supports one team and bets for the
other.
Right,
right. He just goes ahead and he throws people right under the bus.
Maybe that's how he does all his business deals.
All right, so who moves on to the semifinals?
Well, I am going for that election, but I bet for.
What did he say?
I don't know what he said there. He said that you see how he lowered his. Is that what he said?
But he's betting.
All right.
That mission, they tough. They're not gonna be easy to beat. So.
Well, I mean, like I've said before, Demolition is actually they are the longest reigning Archerverse World Tag Team Champions in history, and probably at this point, now that the Acolytes are no longer in the tag team division, they are the winningest tag team in history as well. They are OGs of the Archerverse, that's for sure. They've been on both WCW and Wrestle Wars, so they have definitely faced the who's who, much like the Wolfpack. Alright, so you're going to have 5 minutes to make your bets on who you think is going to win this matchup and move into the semifinals. Demolition or the Anarchists. But there you go. Betting lines are open. And it is showtime and go time for the first match of this Gold Rush tournament. Let's go.
I'm going for the Antichrist. I betted on the
The Antichrist. Look at Boss renaming teams now. Renaming teams. I'm sure Kraken Skulls will love the new name, though. I mean,
well, yeah.
And we know the Fiend won't mind. The Antichrists.
And Artifice.
The Anarchists, yeah.
Who everybody going back for? I'm going for Demolition.
Good Lord, Boss made people change the channel. They heard Antichrist and immediately, whoa! We're not sticking around for that political conversation.
He's like, I thought this was a wrestling show.
Right? I thought this was a wrestling show. Why are we talking about that? Alright, so we're just waiting for the first match of the night to gear up here. Alright, let's see what else is going on in the dirt sheets here. I was noticing that Where did it go? Several NXT releases today. This is from about an hour ago. I've got to check this out. It's by Angel Arambolas, and it is WrestlingNews.co. So it looks like WWE is trimming some of the roster before the end of the year. Somebody's having a problem with their microphone.
I thought I was muted. I'm sorry.
You definitely were not. You definitely were not. So it looks like WWE is trimming some of the roster before the end of the year. Brian Alvarez noted on his Twitter super follower feed. Twitter super follower feed? Wow. Anyways, that it looks like several people in NXT were released. Alvarez tweeted, "I think we have a few NXT cuts today. It is unclear the release affect the wrestlers on and on-screen talent or people behind the scenes. WWE evaluates talent every few months, and those wrestlers who don't show improvement could be subject to being cut. Releases typically happen ahead of the next crop of talent getting signed. We'll post on an update once the names get out." Now, why in the hell would they tell you about releases and not have the names of the release in question? You know what I mean? That is strange.
Yeah, how they gonna show improvement when y'all the one who picked the matches?
But I mean, that aside, I mean, they're talking about several releases, but didn't bother to wait until they actually had the names of those released to share with us. I mean, that is, you know, I don't know.
I think they give people time. I think they give people time to improve themselves before they make those cuts.
Yeah, no. I hate articles like that. It drives me up the wall. Well, let's see if this one maybe we can redeem ourselves with this one. It looks like there's a big update on Sasha Banks' WWE return. This is from about an hour ago as well, and again by Angel Arambolas. We're still WrestlingNews.co. It says there appears to be some good news for fans of Sasha Banks who want to see her back in WWE. Dave Meltzer noted today on F4W Online that Banks was a WWE guest at a show in Mexico City today. Banks was said to be hanging out with Bayley, and AAA wrestler Mamba took them both out to a restaurant and bar last week. Banks and Naomi were on the same red carpet with the New Day for the world premiere of Wakanda Forever. And the appearance in Mexico on last week's red carpet appearance appeared to be a good sign for a return. Meltzer reported last week that Banks is still under contract and there were talks happening, but there were delaying her. Sorry, there were hand-ups. This is delaying, but it's supposed to say delaying her return. Delaying. Nice. But I mean, I think at this point we already know that she's coming back. You know what I mean? It's not like we don't think she's not eventually going to show up and be on TV again. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Was anybody else worried about her not actually making a return? Because I don't know.
I was at first because you never know with these narratives come out, but eventually I know she's coming back.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Vince was into the picture, we knew that was going to happen. I mean, she's whether I agree necessarily with how she handled things, she's one of the biggest women's wrestlers on the planet. They were definitely going to call her back. There was no question. And same with Naomi. And I know some people are they're quick to judge Naomi and critique her, but I actually think she's a great wrestler, and I think that she's come a long way since being part of the Funkadactyls and everything else that she was a part of prior to being given a chance. So,
when it goes, with Naomi, I think give her another shot.
Yeah.
Maybe start her out on NXT, make her work her way back up.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't have.
Oh, they're not going to do that though.
No, I know.
They should. You're right. They should.
Myself. Sasha Banks, on the other hand, has a history of, I don't like what's going on, so I'm just going to walk out.
She's almost become the female CM Punk.
Yeah, well, that's exactly, and
a little less whining and a lot more action, but
yeah, I'll be honest with you. If they brought her back NXT and make it a long time for her to earn her way back up, because she, the way she goes about things, what are you going to do? Create a storyline just for her to walk out?
Exactly. They got they definitely need to have something in place where if this were to happen again, then she can be held.
How to have a contract or somehow. Yep.
I'm just. Of course, I'll be honest. I was never a big Sasha Banks fan.
Me neither. I've made that very clear. I've made that very, very clear. Yeah. But I'm not saying I don't like her. I'm saying, like, I don't mind watching her wrestle. I actually think she's a very good wrestler. I just don't. I'm not a fan. Much like the CM Punk issue, because I never really had a big problem with CM Punk other than the fact I wasn't a big fanboy like a lot of people were. But now I look at Punk differently because that all AEW media scrum and other incidents that have taken place, how he left WWE, other things, right? Other things.
Yeah,
and
all that whole pipe bomb bullshit, and,
See, that's another thing. Do you know how many people used to rave about that? And I'm always I'm thinking, first of all, he didn't reinvent the wheel here. We've had pipe bombs before, just done a little bit differently. You know what I mean? It's just, it got labeled as a pipe bomb, and of course it was CM Punk sitting in the ring as opposed to somebody else. I get that, but we've by the way, we've heard better promos before, so there's that as well. So,
but for him to all but say, well, they're not giving me anything, they're not doing anything for me, blah, 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 when they spend thousands and thousands of dollars to get you your own special music, they've pushed you, how many times for titles, and you're just going to sit there and whine like a little bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta just stay off of CM. I gotta stay off of CM Punk because my views are very clear on him.
I personally enjoy them because I don't get to talk to too many people that don't want to try and blow smoke up my ass about how great CM Punk is. And again, don't get me wrong. Listen, the dude can tell a great story. He is a genius in the business. I also give him that. He is a very good wrestler, but he's not one of the best wrestlers.
I don't think he's that good in the ring, even.
Well, it's not that he has the ability, but he's so methodically slow and I've never enjoyed. I've never seen. I'm sure somebody would jump and say, "Oh, it was this person or that person," but I personally have never seen a 5-star match with CM Punk.
I don't know. I just saw a thing on Facebook, and the thing is, I think it was Cornette that said it about one of the greatest matches ever being Cena and Punk.
I of course disagree with that, but
oh yeah, I do too. But it's like, what are you fucking talking about?
Okay, it's one of those things with Jim Cornette, right? There's times where Jim Cornette is spot on, and then there's other times it's like, okay, stay out of the sauce, Jimmy. You know what I mean? Stay out of the sauce, Jimmy. But. And again tonight, nobody's coming even close really to the jackpot. You guys got to do better. There's not been a winner in a while. How dare all of you be lazy with your lotto playing? Actually, I believe Glenola just came close. Yes, he did.
I don't know what the.
Well, I mean, it's. Your number is, oh no it's not, never mind.
005.
Yeah, no.
I am really close. So no,
is it within there? I'm trying to think if it's
within 50.
It is within 50 points? Okay, so keep that in mind.
957 and it was 005. So I'm just at the outset, I'm like 48, I think, or something like that,
But anyways, yeah, I enjoy my conversations with you about CM Punk because, we both have the same opinion that, yeah, the dude has talent, but he's not one of the best, and he's not, he shouldn't have the ego he does. Again, I think Brian Danielson, whatever you want, I think he is a better wrestler. I think people like, there's many. We could sit and name people all night that I think are better wrestlers than Johnny Gargano. Johnny Gargano is a better wrestler than, you know what I mean? Seth Rollins. I mean, the list goes on. We got other talent coming up. Look at Austin Theory. I actually had a conversation with somebody recently that tried to get me to believe that Austin Theory wasn't very good, but I think they're just being drawn far too into storylines that are taking place. Because Austin Theory, first of all, he's got a very similar upbringing to the way they brought Cena into the business, except one thing. Austin Theory can wrestle. When John Cena came in, he was a bodybuilder turned wrestler, and he could not wrestle well. Right? He was entertaining. He could tell a story. He made you invest. He did all of that, but he was not a grand wrestler, right? So Austin Theory is a leg up in that sense. But there's a lot of people, I think, that are better than CM Punk.
Oh, it may not have been Cornette I was thinking of that made the comment, but the one comment that he made that I did see, they didn't want Punk there from the start. I'm talking about the Hardley Boys, the Young Bucks, and Old Twinkle Toes, Kenny Omega, because he exposed them. These guys he exposed for their limited audience.
Yeah, he calls Omega Twinkle Toes because he thinks he's too theatrical and makes everything out to be a joke and this and that. So, but I'm not a fan. See, I like Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega is a very good wrestler. Again, I don't think he's one of the best in the world. I don't think he should have been champion across multiple promotions or anything like that, like he was, or anything like that. I don't think Impact Wrestling should have jobbed out their own champion and put a belt on him. There was ways to handle that storyline without doing that and making your own champions look weak. Your own champions looking weak. I mean, good for you. And by the way, what did you get out of that? Nothing. But anyways, but yeah, that's why I like my CM Punk conversations with Granola, because he's, it sounds like we're hating on Punk. We really aren't. There's certain things we kind of are. We kind of are, but
Leo Queen got the closest. Here's 119.
19, yep. Except for the number is 005.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's.
He's had 105 in his head.
Oh.
Rocky says he doesn't hate Punk. He just has to feel. He has to have feelings for someone to hate them.
Fair enough. I mean, for some people, yeah. I mean, some people just couldn't invest in it at all. It is what it is. Like I said, I've never viewed him the way a lot of people did. And again, I even the Cena match, even though that was a good matchup that those two had, that was not a 5-star match. I can't think of any 5-star matches with CM Punk. So, Froggy is Chris Jericho. That's the third time you've been Chris Jericho? Crazy. But anyways, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. Again, back to what we were talking about earlier concerning Punk. I hope, they take lots of precautions along the way if they decide to bring him back into the mix. I think they should take some precautions. And I'm not sure I care to even have him back. So not that it matters what I think. Right? That it certainly does not matter what I think. But here's something interesting. Oh, boss, did you have something you were about to say something? Did it have anything to do with their cheats or?
I think that the reason Sasha Banks' situation was.
Oh, right. Okay.
I think that the reason why they didn't really get rid of her like that because of the relationship they got with Snoop Dogg. I think they play a kind of a role of her really coming back. She had Shasta coming back, just walking out because the relationship they got with Snoop Dogg. Well, Triple H,
I took the liberty to look up what rating CM Punk's highest rated match were. Apparently, according to them, there's two that his rated 5 stars.
Fantastique. What matchups would those be?
It says, look, I'll tell you. It's CM Punk versus Samoa Joe and ROH.
I mean, that was a solid match. I would not say that's a 5-star matchup.
And then the other one was the one that they're talking about is CM Punk, John Cena, Money in the Bank 2011 was 5 stars.
Yeah.
The only two matches that he is rated 5 stars, according to this.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, neither one of those were 5-star matches. I mean,
not at all.
no. I mean, you could come up with some 5-star matches like, you know, Ric Flair, Kurt Angle. There's lots of 5-star matches we can think of that could have happened over time. But
he needs to retire.
There's no way you're putting the matchup with Cena and Punk on that kind of a level. Like that's just nonsense. That's crazy talk, is what that is. You can't. There's no way. I've never seen a 5-star match with Punk or Cena for that matter, or Cena.
So his matches really never had. His matches never really had like a good rivalry with anybody, because he always outshines his rivalry. So that's why it's never really been a good match with Cena. Like Undertaker, Shawn Michaels, they was equal as star power. The Rock and Triple A was equal. Stone Cold, Triple A, they was all equal. But John Cena always outshined his rivalry. That's why it was never good.
Yeah, and it's like, for instance, when you have your commentating team while you're building a match for a premium live event, and you're calling him Super Cena.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
cause he had a lot of good matches that would have been a 5-star matches, but he always he fought Bobby Lashley, that should have been a 5-star match. He fought Batista, that should have been a 5-star match. But he always outshines his.
You know what? That's it, Glenola. You know what? We're gonna end this problem right now. Find us a 5-star match list.
Oh, about John Cena?
If he hasn't already, I was waiting for you to say, well, since you mention it. But real quick,
do you want WWE history or wrestling history?
Let's do wrestling history. I mean, unless WWE history is a better list, you decide. You can decipher that.
I just was wondering which way to search.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm going to jet out just a quick moment. I just have to run to the facilities. I will be right back.
Oh, it's like Demolition movies.
Or I'm waiting until the next match starts, apparently. How dare they? I gotta pee. That is disgustingly ghastly. Okay. Well, that was a fantastic match. I did not think it was on the verge of ending. It looked like they were going to continue going to battle for a while, but apparently Demolition had other plans. Because they lost. So, the winners of the match moving on to the semi-finals of the tournament. From Team Kraken Skulls, the Nightmare Damien, of course, his tag team partner in crime, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, are your victors and moving on in the tournament. And I'll get the betting lines. Well, I'll get the payout issued first, and then I'll get the betting lines open for the next match of the quarterfinals. Just give me a minute.
So according to Google, it said there have been over 209 awarded 5-star matches or more.
That's not very many, though, when you consider how long pro wrestling's been in existence. You know what I mean? 209. That tells you how few wrestlers were able to master the craft enough to put on a match like that. You know, lots of great wrestlers, that doesn't mean... lots of great superstars, that doesn't mean they were great wrestlers. Right?
Okay.
Just like you can be a great wrestler and not necessarily be a great superstar. Same thing.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, yo, what's going on? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you stopping in. Sneak it in. That was a sneak attack. We do not appreciate that. How dare you?
I took the headphones
Did
off,
not even
so.
announce your presence in the Discord, just trying to sneak attack and give people heart attacks. Ghastly.
Came in like the thief of the night.
Just peed himself. I'm on the verge because I already have to pee, and between you villains and the wrestlers of the Archiverse not allowing me to go to the facilities because they determined they needed to finish the match now. They couldn't wait 5 minutes. Now is good.
She a pro stick up on people. A pro.
Okay, I just wanted to say hi. I'll give you back to Joe.
How dare you jump out?
Have a good night.
I can stay if you want me to.
Yeah, you can. You gotta stay. I mean, this is the most must-see show on Twitch TV. What else were you gonna do? What were you gonna watch? Where were you gonna go? Do you got a date? Do you have girlfriends in the living room ready to have pillow fights? Are you gonna dress up as nurses and attack Joe Link? That is a great idea. Dress up as nurses. And
He wishes.
I mean, I'm not gonna confirm or deny that. Because Joe Link is
he's
one of the best mods ever.
Now,
Fantastic part of my community, and if I get him killed, he cannot, fulfill his duties of, avoiding work to work for me.
he wishes. So Becky said it's a possibility.
A possibility. But I'm not confirming.
I wasn't doing anything interesting like that. I was just gonna go to bed.
You were just going to go to bed without Joe Link. Joe Link.
Yeah.
The Archiverse
That's
isn't that
exhausted.
important, Joe Link. What is wrong with you? And you work in the medical field. I mean, you know some shit. You could be having a whole lot of Halloween fun. But no, let's join the Archiverse broadcast. Good night, wife. No, you should sleep on the couch tonight, sir. Alright, so the next match of the night, Phenomenal Soul from Team J Negative Gaming and Team Joe Link. We have the Soul Man, the OG Soul Man of the Archiverse, Jay Simmons, and the Phenomenal Joe Lincoln taking on JR Jack and the great champ Jackson, the prime time players. Who do you guys think is moving on to the semis to face the Anarchists?
Phenomenal Soul.
Phenomenal Soul, you're still sticking with it?
We're
I'm
voting
going
for Joe's team.
Oh, that is ghastly. I mean, just because he is on the broadcast still does not mean you have to side with his team. I mean, you don't. I mean, let us tell you something.
I said he was voting for his team.
Oh, I thought you said you were voting for his team.
No, that's just him.
Oh, just him.
I thought
Okay.
I heard.
I'm going
That's
for,
what we thought we heard. We were gonna
Yeah.
educate you on the managerial experience of one Team Joe Link, and of course then compare it to the managerial experience of one Almighty Exotic. I mean, all right. So let me get the betting lines open here. Joe Link, how dare you interfere and delay the opening of the betting lines? Stop it.
How are you doing?
I want prime players.
All right, Phenomenal Soul or the Prime. What? My phone literally just auto-corrected to the Prime Rib players.
Prime rib.
That's awesome. They are now a delicious delicacy. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, is that a sign of things to come? I mean, are Phenomenal Soul just going to walk in there and eat them up? Eat the competition up?
Prime rib players.
I mean, that prime rib sandwich
It's not that funny.
are back at
How dare
McDonald's.
you, boss?
Oh, he's back in McDonald's. Matter of fact, I'll be right back, y'all. Going on lunch break.
All right, there we go. Betting lines are open, so you guys have 5 minutes to make your bets. And it is showtime and go time for matchup number 2. Who's moving on to face the Anarchists? Is it going to be Phenomenal Soul or the Pride? That is, how dare you? How dare you? You belong here at the Archiverse. You are a natural born villain. Appreciate you being here. Or is it going to be the primetime players? We're going to find out. Let's go. And boss, back to you. And I am now going to go and, hopefully not pee my pants on the way to the facilities. I swear to God, if this match ends in 30 seconds, I'm going to be pissed.
I mean, Joe is part of the medical
Well, let me
field,
tell
so
you something.
He could help you with that.
He could help me with that. But let me tell you, the last time Joe Link and Phenomenal Soul, actually at the time, Phenomenally Lethal were in the ring, they beat somebody in 9 seconds. That is not an appropriate amount of time to use the facilities.
How dare you, Joseph?
You know, right? I will ban you, and we will keep your wife. How dare you? I'll be right back.
I vote for that. They can keep me. They said they're going to ban you and keep me.
Well, first thing first. Can you cook?
Yeah.
Alright, that's a plus.
Apparently, me being able to cook is a plus. I mean, what kind of food are we talking here?
Let's see.
Tasty kind.
Yeah,
I can cook Mexican food.
Oh, that's an A++.
A++. Enchiladas.
That's a 100%, 200%.
Tamales, homemade corn tortillas.
Oh, that's another 100%.
Guiso.
Alright, that's it. We come to eat you right now.
A++ official ranking. That's for the food. Frog, Joe wants to know if that's for the match or for the food.
Well, for the food. Hell with the match.
Apparently, he doesn't get it. I know. But you can see for the food.
Lincoln will have to impress us for the match.
Because look at your team. Phenomenal soul, really. I get it.
Those guys look in those suits last.
This match to start, and the countdown is almost over.
Right? I hate how good they look in those suits too.
You should have seen what he was wearing before.
I mean, and if Joe had his hair like the guy with the big old beard right there, it would look just like him. Please don't do that.
Lincoln goes to his tailor. I want to look like money. Taylor,
I want to look
say
like
no
money.
more.
Taylor, say no more.
It's true. It does look like.
Yeah.
Here comes trouble. And their opponents at a combined weight of 500. I have returned. My bladder appreciates your patience.
Welcome back.
He's back.
I have returned. My triumphant return. Maybe not so
And we won't
triumphant.
tell him that the puppy stole all the coffee.
How he didn't actually, because he had to follow.
Mine follows too.
Oh, that's cute. Way to go, Joe. I mean, it's good to know you're attentive, Mr. Link.
He said that his puppy had to follow. I said, "Oh, I have a puppy. Mine follows too." And he goes, "Good job, Joe."
Actually, she just said she has one too, and it follows.
Oh, that's actually.
She
yes.
left the proverbial door open, if you will.
I did. Oh snap! I did. I left it wide the heck open.
Now, just before we get into, Glala was looking for a list of matches that were 5-star, and I'm sure he has one, if not more, just in case it's a Taco Boy list. But before we get there, I just wanted to touch base on one other thing. It looks like there's reports of WWE's plans for Kevin Owens being put on a pause for now. Now, I'm not really sure what they're talking about here, which is why I wanted to have a look at it, because there was a couple things going on with Kevin Owens. At one point, it looked like he was trying to pull Sami Zayn away from the bloodline, and maybe that's why they're pausing it, because they don't want to make it look too evident. I don't know. I'm not really sure what else they're going to be talking about, but it's by Andrew Ravens, WrestlingNews.co. It says, shortly after Triple H took over creative for the main roster, Kevin Owens started to show elements of his character that he portrayed in NXT under the leadership of the Game. Small changes to his presentation and look were made in addition to booking Owens stronger. And WrestleVotes told Gimme Sport that the reason Owens isn't currently on television is that Triple H paused his plans for KO. Due to and for the reasons we were actually just talking about, it looks like it's due to how over Sami Zayn's involvement with the Bloodline has gotten with the fans. He was pegged to get involved with Sami and the Bloodline, but that's white hot right now. Those plans, from what I've been told, are definitely pushed back, but they're not off, because the plan is for Kevin Owens to be with Sami Zayn. Which is awesome because, again, if you guys recall, they have a very storied history of, they have literally won tag team championships together in every wrestling promotion they've been a part of, except WWE, and they are longtime friends. They've been in the wrestling business together and been traveling the road together for years, so it would be a great story and a great part of their legacy if they finally were to team up and manage to win the gold together in WWE. That'd be a fantastic story, I think, so I'm looking forward to that. But what do you guys think about that?
I like his storyline, so hopefully they do it. They don't break up the bloodline. He just takes Sami Zayn from the bloodline. Yeah. They win the titles from the Usos, and then they feel that the Usos won it back at some big event or whatever the hell they want to do it.
And I think that what we talked about earlier is probably the direction they're going. I think eventually you're going to see it be Sami Zayn planting the seeds to tear apart the bloodline. Whether it be to pull Jay and Jimmy Uso away from Roman Reigns or whatever they're going to go with, I don't know. But I think eventually that he is going to be the piece they pull out and make the Jenga block fall, if you will. What do you guys see happening?
With Kevin Owens?
With either Kevin Owens and or with Sami Zayn's involvement with the Bloodline.
I think what's going to happen is they're going to run the story with the Bloodline, and once eventually it falls apart, I think Kevin's going to team with Sami again. It's my prediction.
I think that.
Go ahead.
I think what's gonna happen is they're gonna. I think Kevin Owens is gonna convince Sami Zayn to join him because they using you, and then he gonna turn on them. They're gonna team up, and then they're gonna win the titles from the Usos. And then at the next big pay-per-view, they're gonna fight again, and the Usos gonna win it back. And then I think it's gonna be like a big back and forth for them. And after that, it'll be like a rivalry between the two of them like that. And then at the last one, the other pay-per-view, that when Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn gonna win the titles back from them. So I think it's gonna be like a back and forth between them. And I think at the last minute, Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens gonna win the rivalry between them two.
Okay, and how do you guys think they'll pull Kevin Owens back in now that it's white hot right now and they've pushed plans back, so to speak? How do you think they re-enter Owens back into the mix?
That's a good question. I didn't see.
Owl says good night. She's gotta go head to bed.
What? Pardon me?
My wife, Berlin Owl, she said she's got to go to bed, so she said good night, guys.
Oh, okay.
Have a great night.
Have a great night, Mrs. Link.
Taco Lady.
Taco Lady.
Taco Lady.
Wow.
Boss Apollo called you Taco Lady.
Yes. It was Boss Apollo. It was not Glenola. It was not Archer. It was not Joe Link for once. Taco Lady list. Froggy.
It would be funny because she doesn't hardly know anything about wrestling if she would make a list.
That would be funny. I mean,
It'd probably be better
like
than the
does
Taco Boy list.
like does she know nothing about wrestling or just very little?
She said she knows like the Attitude Era wrestling.
All right. So she could come up with an interesting list.
It would be better than a Taco Boy list.
Yes.
Well, I mean, what is not better than a Taco Boy list?
Hashtag blame boss. Yeah, we could do that.
Like Taco Boy lists are mind blowing, if you will. It is crazy what they come up with. Little, you better not be looking for a Taco Boy list. I swear to God. He's being quiet, and when he's quiet, he is looking things up. It is not funny. It is not funny.
No Taco Boy tonight.
They are just excruciatingly bad. Like, there's just sometimes you can't handle a Taco Boy list. But
I mean, the worst wrestlers on SmackDown, and Undertaker's like number 2,
right?
Or no, number 3. He was number 3.
Yeah, he was number 3.
I think Rey Mysterio was it? I can't remember who number 1 was. It was Rey Mysterio and then Undertaker.
Yeah, like crazy, nonsensical, even. Right. Well, what about you, Link? What do you think they do with Kevin Owens now that they've pushed him back for a little bit? How do you think they re-emerge him to? Do you think he's going to have to like save Sami Zayn? Like, do you think he's going to get found out that he's trying to tear apart the bloodline and they start to turn on him and he's got to come back to save him, type of thing? Or
that would be something that they would do, and then especially if the bloodline's falling apart. Yeah. Beat him up.
To be fair, at least they wouldn't be wrong with pulling that angle, because that'd be actually a good way to do it. But
yeah, no, I think gonna happen. I think they're gonna.
It's not.
No, I think gonna happen. I think they're gonna turn on him, and then they're gonna give him a beating, and then Kevin Owens will come and say, like, come and swing the chairs and do all kind of. Yeah.
Hey, Archer Fish, do you like seafood?
Archer Fish, Curlini must be here. Curlini in the house. What's going on, Curlini? Welcome in, Lady Lobster. Our resident shellfish. I mean, I still had the betting lines up, is what happened there, Curlini, to be fair. I hadn't switched back over. I still had the betting lines up so that I could just easily, issue the payout once the matchup is over. Because we were just having a regular discussion anyways, not a whole lot in depth going on, so I didn't have. I have it up now though. I do have it up now though. Berlin Owl, welcome in. Appreciate you stopping by. Welcome to episode number 407.
Welcome back, Owl.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to bed.
Hey, if you ever find yourself in Michigan, I will feed you. What the hell? Is that because we were talking about Taco Lady and shellfish? I mean...
Yeah, and then the girl lady said she's gonna feed you seafood.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Okay, I see it. Curlini, how dare you? But anyways, Curlini, what's going on? What's new and exciting? What have you been up to? What are you... Or what have you been up to? How was your Halloween, Curlini? I know you were probably, dressed up as Sebastian from The Little Mermaid. Out there collecting candy. Well, hey, you didn't want to be called Lady Lobster, so, I mean, Sebastian is a crab. He is a crab. He's not a lobster.
Curlini is crabby?
I mean, Curlini can be crabby at times, to be fair.
Jeez. You're just being all kinds of nice to Curlini tonight, aren't you?
I mean, somebody has to be. Did we even get a shout out for Curlini yet?
Oh, yeah,
yes, we did.
Excellent.
I think me and Glenn did one not even like a second apart.
Nice. Did they both register? Sometimes what happens if that happens is only one registers and the other gets lost in the mix.
I believe they both came up.
Nice.
Yeah, I believe so too.
Brennan says, okay, bedtime, have a wonderful stream. All right, Brennan, have a great night. Appreciate you being here, though. Make sure you make Joe sleep on the couch. For, being negligent to his duties. Negligent to his duties. I could eat sushi all day. Well, sushi is delicious. What kind of sushi do you like, Curlady? This just went from Kevin Owens invading the bloodline to save Sami Zayn to sushi. I like how this panned out.
Everyone got hungry.
Right? We're all going to be hungry and have to get a snack because of Curlady. But I am intrigued.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby and have ourselves.
Curlady says, you should know, Archie. Right. You like crab, lobster, and frog legs. We remember from a conversation in the past, eel is off. Curlady does not like eel, so we can't talk about eel. Joe Link, do you like sushi? What kind of sushi do you like?
I occasionally enjoy sushi, not a lot. I'm not usually a big fish person, but my wife likes sushi.
You love eel rolls, do you really? I actually only tried an eel roll once, and I did not like it. Now, it could have just been not maybe prepared correctly, perhaps, or, that kind of thing happens. I would probably, I guess, try it again somewhere else.
Yeah.
Type of thing, but
my wife wants to, she loves eel rolls, too.
Oh, Curlini, what's the best way to eat an eel roll?
Oh, and salmon rolls.
Because if you love eel rolls, then you've clearly eaten them a few times. So what do you find the best way to eat an eel roll?
With your mouth?
And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is all the winners of the match. And moving on to face the Anarchists in the semifinals from Team Joe Link and Team J Negative Gaming. The phenomenal Joe Lincoln and the Soul Man, Jay Simmons. They are phenomenal soul, and they are moving on to the semifinals. Let me issue the payout for that real quick.
So they're on a roll winning.
Phenomenally lethal and phenomenal soul, which they are now known as, have been on an absolute tear. The tag team champions better watch out. No matter what champions they are, whether it be YTD Academy, Starrcade, although I guess they don't really visit Starrcade much.
Yeah. Well, I said they did a lot of. They were in action a lot in YTD. But.
Yeah, they were. Yeah. Well, I mean, they kind of formed their new faction in YTD too.
Beat up LA Knight too.
All right, so I'll get the next betting line ready. We'll move on to the next match of the night, the third match of the quarterfinals. Stream Elements is not very intelligent. Calls Froggy Mothlegs Frog Hemoth Legs. It's as ghastly as Christian Cool's Frog Hemoth Legs. But we don't listen to the man behind the curtain. He is simply a false wizard. All right, next match of the evening, it is the Wolfpack. It is Dexy Kruger and Jason Ephraim Voorhees taking on the Weapons of Mass Destruction. So it is Team Froggy Mothlegs versus Team Soul Embers and Team Dogface, the Weapons of Mass Destruction. Team Fat Lad, Mitchell Vaughn, and of course the Samoan Lion, BB King, Big Bubba Bruno. By the way, they are also together. Big Bubba Bruno is the Archivers World Champion, and of course, Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn is the YTD Academy Grand Prix Wrestling Champion. Right now, the Weapons of Mass Destruction is sitting on top of the world because they've even got the man called Drek in their faction, who happens to be the WCW World Champion. So they are stacking the odds. Again, they are joining the ranks of the Wolfpack almost. You'd almost think they were, part of the Wolfpack the way they are dominating right now. Imagine when we finally see them clash with the Wolfpack. That's going to be interesting if that happens, because they are two dominant teams on a very similar collision course. But anyways, Dexy Kruger, Jason Ephraim Voorhees, the weapons of mass destruction. Who do you guys think is moving on to the semifinals?
Wolfpack.
Weapons of mass destruction.
The weapon. Yeah, I see what you tried to do there, boss, but you did not beat Glenola. You did not beat Glenola. That was a valiant attempt.
He's betting all his money on the Wolfpack because he said he was going for weapons of mass destruction.
Yep, there you go.
All right, so who moves on to the semifinals? Is it going to be the Wolfpack, or is it going to be the weapons of mass destruction?
Yeah.
In all seriousness. Oh, yeah, you can't even speak, and somebody says, hey, in all seriousness, suddenly Glenola can't speak. Cat's got his tongue. Joe Linkto, starting with you, who do you think is winning this match?
I'm gonna go out there with the weapons. They've been too dominant lately to not go with them.
What can I bet, man?
Plus, when you see all of them walk out with all their gold, they've been champions.
Right? It is a bit of an intimidating sight when you think about it. Even if you consider yourself one of the greatest tag teams ever, you walk into the arena, you go down to the ring, all of a sudden these two guys come out and they're wearing two of the most prestigious championships in all of pro wrestling, coming out to face you in the ring, and that's got to be an awe-inspiring moment at that point, right? All right, so 5 minutes to make your bets. And there we go. Betting lines are open, and it is showtime and go time. Matchup number 3. It is Dexy Kruger and Jason Ephraim Voorhees. They are the Wolfpack, or members of crazy members of the Wolfpack. What am I talking about? They're all crazy. Versus the Weapons of Mass Destruction, Soul Embers, and of course Team Dogface. Their team, Big Bubba and Fat Lad.
I'm going for destruction, but better than Wolfpack.
You see, that's what Glenola was talking about earlier. See what he does there? He says, I got faith in this team, but I'm going to bet on that team, though. I'm going to bet on that team. That is gaslight.
Basically, if I lose, I still win.
If you lose, you still win. Wow. All right, so here we go. Matchup number 3 underway. Let's go.
Technically, he's not wrong, because technically he'd be like, oh, I voted for those guys.
I mean, yes, that is true.
Well,
then what I do when I go to the thing and bet on teams, I say, well, I'm going for the Lakers. But I bet it on the Bulls.
Good Lord. He just can't help himself. I mean, so how would you ever... So you don't ever make money on your favorite teams because you're busy technically betting against your favorite teams, but hoping that your favorite team wins. I mean, that is crazy. That is crazy.
If he's a Chicago Bears fan, then that's just smart.
Well, okay. Well played. Fair point. Fair point.
Well, that's even currently with my current team, the Lions. They're not doing great either.
Yeah, I agree with Carlini, by the way. Sardines on pizza, no. No, not a thing that can happen.
Not on pizza, but I'll tell you what. Just some sardines with saltine crackers.
Well, if you want to learn how to make tuna salad, you just get a hold of Christian Cool. He is a master chef with tuna salad.
Oh, I make some good tuna salad.
Well, apparently Glenola is too.
Looks like we have first time chatter.
Yeah.
One wish. You already got shout-outs going on there?
Yep, I got shouted them out.
Alrighty.
Fantastic. Welcome in, One Wish. Appreciate you stopping by.
That's not what I want.
Carlini says Glenola Bar likes seafood. You didn't answer if you like seafood. I do like seafood, yes.
Oh, I love seafood.
Yeah. I mean, I don't love all seafood, but I do like seafood, yeah.
Yeah. Now I will say I don't care for anchovies on pizza.
Nope. Sardines, anchovies. I'll take the 0.
Shrimp, onion, and mushroom is a great pizza.
That would be good. Shrimp, I can see shrimp being good. I've never had shrimp on pizza, but I could see shrimp, with the right additional toppings being okay on pizza, actually.
Town I lived in 2000, they had an arcade and there was a pizza place right across the street, and they had shrimp as one of their toppings. So I'd go over to the arcade and I'd order a pizza, have it delivered, and
Froggy says, have I been confusing anchovies and sardines this whole time?
Possibly.
Yes, possibly.
Sardines usually aren't put on the pizza. Those usually come into a tin and you just eat them with like a cracker.
Yeah, you just eat the dead fish. You just pull that dead fish out of the can and flop it in your mouth. No anchovies on pizza. Anchovies on pizza, ghastly.
I'll be honest, it might grow on you.
No.
The flavor might.
It will not.
But I'm not giving it time.
No. Yeah, no. Shrimp on pizza, however, I kind of want to try that now.
Yeah, like I said,
I kind of want to try that now. And I'm not saying there aren't certain types of other seafood that wouldn't taste good on pizza, but anchovies, no. Sardines,
clams might
definitely
taste pretty
not.
Good.
Or mussels, perhaps. Yeah. I mean, they would have to be diced up a bit, but I mean, yeah, that wouldn't be too bad, I guess. There's definitely some seafoods that would probably taste pretty good with pizza.
I'm gonna have to try sometime.
But anyways, did you find a list at all for 5-star matches, or how did that search go?
How about 10 Dave Meltzer 5-star matches you forgot about?
All right, well, okay, that's fine. I mean, Dave Meltzer even. See, Dave, I actually like Dave Meltzer more than I dislike Dave Meltzer. There are times though where it's like, dude, what are you talking about? But I mean, that goes with anybody.
So this is from Sportster.com by Joey Haverford, which I think we've had articles from him before.
I was just going to say I recognize that name, so I think we've definitely had articles from him before.
And it's published October 13th, 2021. So just over a year old. So number 10 on the list, and
Numero 10.
I don't think it's ranked or anything like that from what I'm seeing. Bret Hart versus Owen Hart.
Well, that's definitely not a forgotten match for me personally.
Yeah, specifically talking about the legendary cage match.
Yeah.
So I
kind of figured.
Unlike any cage match that would take place today, new fans don't realize how much of a classic it is due to the match featuring them trying to escape more than having a traditional match like today.
Yeah.
Dave Meltzer made this his second 5-star match for WWF or WWE to show respect to the match and feud. Match doesn't get the same level of discussion today as an all-time great, so it's easy to forget how it was treated in the 90s. But yeah, that was a great match. Number 9, Undisputed Era versus Mustache Mountain NXT.
I like any matchup with Mustache Mountain in it, I'll be honest. I was a real big fan of Mustache Mountain.
One of the more recent NXT matches to get the ultimate accolade from Dave Meltzer featured the tag division thriving. The dastardly heels of Undisputed Era and Mustache Mountain took the rivalry to the next level. Went the full 5 stars at the time, but most fans forget about it. The TakeOver singles matches have left a bigger impact on the audience, and NXT TV often struggled to reach that same appeal. I didn't see the match. Never really watched either group, so I can't really comment. Number 8, Kenny Omega versus Ray Phoenix. AEW.
Archie doesn't like the combo of cheese and fish. Well, I mean, I think there's certain types of fish that would taste good on pizza. Yeah.
Cheesy fish.
Fish.
Cheesy fish.
Cheese and fish.
Cheese and who?
Cheese and fish to boot.
I like actually.
Hey?
I take I'll take like
What do
minute
you
rice.
say?
Put it at the bottom of a baking dish. Put some
It's more like 90-second rice, though. Doesn't that piss you off a little?
Yeah. But
I mean, how dare they?
Like your Uncle Ben's, that sort of thing,
Yeah.
But then I I put that in there. Then I'll add in like some corn, a little bit of Velveeta cheese sauce.
Uh-oh.
I use the
Velveeta
sauce,
cheese
not
sauce. Now you're talking.
I use the pouches, not cutting up Velveeta.
Yeah,
And then
gotcha.
I'll put my frozen, usually use like tilapia on top of that.
See, I'm not a big fan of tilapia, I'll be honest.
Or I'll use whiting as well, for this.
I mean, I would prefer like haddock or cod or something like that over tilapia, but
on each
or
of
salmon.
the fillets, I'll put like 3 pats of butter, a little bit of lemon pepper, and then onion or lemon juice.
Ooh, lemon pepper. There you go.
And then depending on
if you
what
smell what
I might,
Glanola is cooking.
I might put just a little chicken broth in there, just add a little bit of moisture. Cover it, throw it in the oven for half hour. Take it out, see what it's like. If it's ready, great. If not, I'll throw it in for a little bit longer. And it works out interesting because very rarely is there a lot of cheese on the fish, but the cheese blends into the rice really well.
This is totally off topic. Well, it's not actually not off topic, but it's not quite the level of the food industry we're talking about. But you know what somebody told me to try today? Apparently it's like excellent. It's almost like having one off of the barbecue. But somebody told me to try putting my hot dogs in my air fryer.
Oh, look, let me tell you this right now. When you try it that way, you'll never make it the same way again. You put it in an air fryer, it's like putting it on I know it tastes way better.
I've never tried that. I've never even considered putting a hot dog.
That.
I know, right? How simple is that? Because I only like hot dogs a specific way. I can't have them boiled because it's like somebody sucked the life out of it. They just gave you a big floppy stick of meat with no flavor. And like, but they're right.
You like a big floppy piece of meat.
Big floppy piece of meat. Got to get those jumbo dogs, don't you, Joe Link?
Or you could see what mom used to do. Like,
I mean, and that's Mrs. Link, but we know she's already in bed, so.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, now we know though he was
awaiting the Joe Link sausage.
Weenies.
Cocktail weenies. This is not the cool residence. There's no cocktail weenies here. We have jumbo Lester hot dogs here, baby.
How you ever went to like a corny place and had hot dog?
What's that?
How you went to like a hot dog?
Like a hot dog stand?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Had that hot dog,
oh yeah, but they're usually flame broiled or something though. You know what I mean? They're not just boiled or.
It tastes similar. It tastes similar to that.
Really? You know the other way is when they put them on the rollers. I don't mind the way they cook on those either.
You mean either.
Right, because they cook them well. They cook them better inside and they crispen up a bit on the outside. But you know what? God damn it! I am going to put hot dogs in my goddamn air fryer now because I have to try that.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely ghastly.
It tastes good to me, but like.
But I never thought of that.
Another thing you could do is like when you go outside, you'll feel like usually the hot dog tastes good on the grill too. What you could do is throw them in the oven.
The fuck is Froggy talking about? He says, did Dex just sling Bob around? Then he says, wait a minute, Voorhees a jolly good fellow.
Yeah,
you think Voorhees is a jolly good fellow? What is wrong with you?
He's just doing the pun because it says Voorhees, it says Voorhees.
Voorhees a jolly good fellow. Voorhees a jolly good fellow.
Good Lord. Only at the Archerverse.
But
Or you can try to put them in the oven too.
Well, yeah, but this, I don't know.
I'll tell you, if you're going to do it in the oven, though, what you do is you cut them almost all the way through. But you want to keep it where the bottom is connected. Put a slice of cheese inside there.
Oh, yeah, stuffed hot dogs is the way to go.
Then wrap them with bacon.
And look at that, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is all. That was a quick one. The winners of the match, and moving on to the semifinals from Team Soul Embers and Team Dogface, Fat Mitchell Vaughn and his partner in crime, Big Bubba Brutal. They are the weapons of mass destruction, and they are moving on to the semis. That was a fast match. I did not expect that.
Well,
Weapons, the two champions putting on a display of awesomeness in there.
I'm still 2 for 3. So
You are still 2 for 3. Wolfpack team number 1, though, eliminated from the tournament.
But no, with hot dogs, but after you put the cheese in there, you wrap it with bacon, and then
Oh, yes, I've done
put
that.
toothpicks
Oh,
through there.
yes.
Throw that in the oven for like 10 minutes. Oh.
Yeah. All right. So congratulations to Team Soul Embers and, of course, Team Dogface. And, of course, the rest of the Weapons of Mass Destruction. Another big win. I know it's just the quarterfinals, but still, they just took out two of the members of the Wolfpack. I mean, that is a big win at the beginning of this tournament, and they did it in very quick fashion. Which, by the way, I got to tell you, that really shocks me. Just a little, but
I just got 9,000 in bets.
9,000, nice.
Well,
Gambling fiends.
$5,000 of that was from me.
All right, final match of the quarterfinals. Who's moving on to face the Weapons of Mass Destruction? Is it going to be Demon Razor and Eddie D. Terror from Team Boss Apollo and Team Leo the King, the Public Enemy, or is it going to be Carino, Sinister Farmer from Team Corn Husk Show, and his partner in crime, the baby brother of the Wolfman Alan Severn? That still gets to me every time I hear it. The baby brother, little brother of Alan Severn. Again, I do hope he does not have big brothers. War the Machine from Team Glenola. They are the other members of the Wolfpack in this tournament tonight. Who do you guys think is moving on to face Weapons of Mass Destruction? Is it going to be the Wolfpack, or is it going to be the Public Enemy?
Public Enemy.
I'm sorry, I don't think we caught that. I mean, Glenola, did you say Wolfpack? Because we want to make sure that was clear.
Yep.
And of course, Boss Apollo, did you happen to vote for Demon Razor and Eddie Deter? Did you vote for the Public Enemy by chance?
Yeah, I voted for them.
That is a real shocker. You know, I'm surprised by the decision making here. I mean, Joe Link, did you ever, in your wildest dreams, think that Team Glenola would side with the Wolfpack and Team Boss Apollo would side with the Public Enemy?
No.
I mean, that is history rewritten, isn't it?
Well, I'm voting for a Public Enemy. My betting on the Wolfpack.
Oh my God! Here we go again. I mean, you see why you have no friends. You turn your back on your friends. All your friends. That's why all your friends are villains. They're all enemies because you're siding with the wrong people. I mean, albeit winning money doing so, but that's not my point. That is not my point.
I hope you win, my friend, but don't win because I'm betting on your opponent.
Right? Right? It is ghastly, honestly. All right, so you guys are going to have 5 minutes to make your bets, and here we go. Betting lines are officially open, and it is showtime and go time. Final match of the quarterfinals. Who moves on to face the Weapons in the semifinals? Is it going to be the Public Enemy or the Wolfpack? We're going to find out right now. Let's go.
The Wolfpack coves on.
The Wolfpack, sorry?
Coves on.
Leo the King says, I dare you, boss. I'm sorry, what's the dare here? Whoa, what's the dare here? Froggy Mothlight says, I'm literally gobsmacked about it. Oh, he must be talking about the loss to the weapons of mass destruction. I mean, to be fair, I'm not saying that we thought that the Wolfpack was going to eat up the weapons tonight. I just wouldn't have thought the match would have been that fast. I mean, they ate up the Wolfpack tonight. Oh, yeah, sorry. They ate those members of the Wolfpack up tonight. We do not want to anger the other members. I mean, if they do become angry, just in advance, it was Joe Link.
Wait just 1 minute.
That made us say it. It was Joe Link. Sorry, who did what? Who's a what's it? Hey!
88% voted for the Wolfpack.
Don't make me get Canadian on your ass.
I dare not bet on the Public Enemy.
Oh, betting on the Public Enemy. I mean, you're actually wait. So you're actually betting on your own team?
Well, yeah.
Why was wait? Why was there such hesitation there? You either are or you are not. I mean, did you bet for your team or did you bet for Lola's team? I mean,
well, I'm going for the Public Enemy, but I'm betting on the Wolfpack.
Oh my God. You know, I gotta tell you, this is pretty cool. Eddie Terror comes out. I don't know what the hell it is he's throwing at the stage, but that makes an alarming amount of smoke. Just saying.
A lot of smoke.
But then all of a sudden, you know, Demon Razor will be still. Well, what? I mean, it is cool. You know, it's like there's that mystique. Wouldn't it be funny if next time it was like Bishop B. White though, and he wasn't even in the match? I mean, could that happen? Could he accidentally summon the? Because I'm assuming that's him summoning another demon for the match. Is that what that is? Is that what that is? I don't know. I'm just making that shit up. But
some bald guy in his underwear.
Bald guy? No, don't eat. Hey, don't be throwing that shit out there. We've had that happen before. We have had that happen before. We also had a match where, like, Damien, the Nightmare Damien, of all people, who would have ever thought some? I mean, who the?
Damien?
Did we ever find out who kidnapped him?
No, but wasn't it?
Like, who was stupid enough to kidnap the Nightmare Damien? I want to know.
Yeah. But wasn't it Team Boss Apollo that it happened to?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I believe we never did find out who the culprit was, or whoever culprits.
And then the next match, when we had this match, somebody kidnapped Demon Razor.
It was nuts. But anyways, so Demon Razor and Eddie D. Terror have managerial behind them, yet not behind them. That must be a confusing, you know, meeting when you're talking with your employers and you're discussing your agenda, and your employer says, well, you know, good luck tonight, but I'm definitely betting on the Wolfpack. Good luck. You know, how does that make you feel as an employee? You know? You see what I'm saying there? It's kind of weird.
Go out and do your best, but just remember, I'm betting on the Wolfpack.
Froggy says, in the pursuit of justice, you must ask yourself, who benefits?
Well, actually, the person who...
I mean, who are you asking? Are you asking me? Are you asking Glenola? Are you asking Boss Apollo? Are you asking Joe Link?
I'm thinking maybe it's Boss's motivational tactic.
Joe Link, the sexy beast.
He says, well, I'm going to vote
Does your beard have a name, Joe?
Not really.
I mean, that is a very pretty beard. I mean, it should have a name, I think. I think it should have... I'm not saying Little Joey, you know. We wouldn't want to offend your picometer. But, I mean... The beard is it's a wonderful mound of hair.
Yeah.
And it should have like an alias, if you will. But what does your wife think of the beard? Sometimes wives are very supportive of beards. Other times, not so much. I suppose it depends on what's happening.
Yeah, she likes it.
It's one of those things I find with women are either hit or miss, you know what I mean? They either like them or they don't like them at all. There's no in between.
Yep.
It's like, well, can I have a goatee? No. Although I guess some women are a lot more sensitive than others, so perhaps that's somewhat the reasoning of not liking the beard so much, perhaps. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boss, do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'd ask Lanola, but...
All right. Well, back to the list here while we're waiting.
Yes, yes!
Number 8 on the list is Kenny Omega versus Ray Phoenix at EW.
Actually, it was a pretty good match. I wouldn't say it was a 5-star match, but that was a pretty good match, though. I will give them that. I would say 4 max, though. 4 max.
Wow. Alright. Oh, number 7, we got Donovan Dijak versus Keith Lee. PWG.
Interesting. I'm trying to remember that match. Because 5-star matches don't just happen in, you know, Impact, AW, WWE. They happen elsewhere as well. So it's nice to hear a 5-star match coming from somewhere else. I wouldn't be, you know what? I'll be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if Keith Lee was, because I think if they brought Keith Lee back and unleashed him, I think he would be, because he's a great wrestler for such a big man. He moves very quick in the ring. I think he's an intimidating presence. I think there's so much they can do with Keith Lee. They definitely need to get him back.
They need to.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he had a 5-star match with someone. I don't recall the match. I'm gonna have to check that out though.
Yeah. So number 6, we got Walter versus Tyler
Golden Gamer in the house. Welcome in, baby.
But let's see. The match was an instant success, but NXT UK still gets overlooked to make their takeover specials less celebrated. Dave Meltzer went above and beyond for the rating as they received a 5.25 star rating after he expanded the 5-star scale.
Oh, wait a minute. Lit Match Wrestling, welcome into the show. Appreciate you for stopping by, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to episode number 407. Here at the Archiverse, this is actually just a tournament. It has nothing to do with our regular season action. That happens on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. But tonight we decided to have a very special Halloween-themed Gold Rush tournament. It is for the Archiverse World Tag Team Championships. At least it will be at the end of the evening. Right now we have 8 teams all fighting for the right to fight the champions at the end of the tournament. And we're at the final match of the quarterfinals. We're about to hit the semis, but welcome on in. Appreciate you for being here. How was your day? How was your Halloween? What's new and exciting? Go ahead there, Glenola. Sorry about that. Had to make sure we acknowledge that.
Oh, definitely. Number 5 on the list is from Ring of Honor.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Golden Gamer. This arena was actually the arena we utilized for our 2nd annual Halloween Havoc stream preview, and I thought it was only fitting that we reutilized it tonight for a Halloween theme show.
And it's BM Punk versus Samoa Joe.
I still love how that comes out so naturally for you. Honestly, he never ever says CM Punk. I mean, he's never caught up saying that at all. It's always BM Punk right off the tongue. It's hilarious.
But
now, following Limit Match Wrestling. Hopefully, you are all too now. Discord to either promote your content or just to chat and have a great time. Join. If you want some juice.
All right, number 4. Adam Cole and the Young Bucks versus Matt Sydal, Ricochet, and Will Ospreay, PWG.
Now that match I have seen, and I will admit that is at least close to a 5-star match as you will get out of a match with that many people in it. Right? A 5-star. So honestly, though, a 5-star match. I think Joe Link will agree with me. I think you'll all agree with me. A 5-star match is not easy to come by. That's why there's only, what did Boss say, 209 of them?
209.
209 5-star matches in the history of pro wrestling. They're very hard to come by. It takes very special wrestlers to be able to pull something like that off. Even harder when you have multiple people involved. Faction wars, tag team matches. It's even harder. But let me tell you, if you haven't seen that match, look it up. I think you will agree. It's probably as close to a 5-star match as you're going to get with that many people in the ring at the same time. They all did a great job, sold the match very well, and yeah, definitely watch it. But anyways, go back to you, Glenn.
And it does say in here that the fans knew Meltzer was in attendance and were chanting 5 stars.
Yeah, well, I mean, and again, I'm not. No, I don't know if it was 5-star. It was as close to. It would definitely be a solid 4.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I wouldn't argue 5. Once you see the match, you'll see why. If you look up that match and watch it later on, you'll understand why I wouldn't argue it, but wouldn't necessarily say 5.
Yeah. Number 3, Davey Richards versus Michael Elgin, Ring of Honor.
That, you know what? That was a 5-star match. That was a 5-star match. Gamer says my favorite indie match is Ospreay versus Ricochet. You know what? Ospreay and Ricochet have had many great matches together, actually. So I'm not surprised that they are some of your favorites.
Now, number 2 on the list, Rey Mysterio versus Juventud Guerrera in ECW. It's the only one from ECW to get a 5-star rating.
Yeah, I'm surprised there was any mention of an ECW match as far as 5-star ratings go. I wonder which ECW they're talking about, to OG ECW or Vince McMahon reincarnation of.
It would have to be
who were
old school.
Yeah, so who was it involved again?
Rey Mysterio and
okay,
yeah. And it says,
well,
the match to get 5 stars showed off their high-flying skills in a way unlike any other wrestlers in the U.S. at the time. Yep. Mysterio and Guerrera both received contract offers from WCW shortly after.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is I actually forgot that match took place in ECW. For some reason I thought it took place elsewhere. But if you want to see one of the best matches between 2 luchadors that you have probably ever seen before, you need to watch that match, because Juventud Guerrera was awesome. And it's a shame that he got misused and ended up out of the business at one point. I don't know if he's still wrestling on the indies or not, but he certainly isn't on the national level like he should be, or the international level even. But I mean, Juventud Guerrera was awesome, and when you put him with somebody as good as Rey Mysterio, you're guaranteed to have a very elite matchup. And it's been a while since I've seen that match, so I'm not going to sit and tell you that it definitely was a 5-star matchup, but it would not surprise me at all. Would not surprise me at all. I wouldn't argue it. If somebody said, hey, did you know Juventud Guerrera and Rey Mysterio had a 5-star matchup? I wouldn't say, I don't believe that. Can you show me some evidence? I'd be like, yeah, probably. Absolutely.
2021, he was in the AEW.
Juventud Guerrera is? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But there's so many people there. How would you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now, whether or not he's still there, who knows? But that's the last they have in.
Was he working behind the scenes? He must have been.
No, Groves announced for a match against Jericho at AEW's August 4th homecoming event, in which the latter was required to perform a finishing maneuver from the top rope. The match is the third of the 5 labors Jericho must successfully complete in order to face MJF in a grudge match.
I didn't see that.
Who lost to Guerrero, or to Jericho, and was attacked by Wardlow. Despite having lost his mask to Jericho decades earlier in WCW, Guerrero wore a traditional Lucha Libre mask during the match.
Yeah. Hey, there's a question for everybody. What do you guys think about Wardlow? Honestly.
I know nothing about him.
Okay, so glow all this out. Joe, what do you think about Wardlow?
So far, I like what he does, but he doesn't have a whole lot of competition because his whole thing is he overpowers everyone.
Yeah.
So because he just basically his finishing moves like a power bomb. So
yeah,
he just does it over and over and over. Sometimes, I think one match I saw him do it 3 times to one person, just to win.
So do you see star potential in him, or do you think he's just another, Batista that's eventually going to fade out?
If they don't give him a actual storyline, I think he'll fade out like Batista. Because he's a pretty powerful dude. He does a lot of cool stuff.
There's another guy, right? I'm not going to sit and tell you that I wasn't ever entertained by Batista because he did some good stuff, but I was never as big of a fan of Batista as a lot of people were. For instance, I would have never put the world title on Batista. Intercontinental title, United States champion, tag team champion. I just, for me personally, never saw world champion on Batista. I just didn't.
I enjoyed Batista. I'm not saying he was one of the greatest of all time, but one or two, one short title run or interim
Snickers
champion
commercial. Froggy says Wardlow seems like an amazing presence with solid ring work. Not sure if I could see him doing a Snickers commercial though.
Well, technically he could do the you're not yourself when when you're hungry commercial. And he could be the person that someone turns into.
Fair.
They're mad.
Yep.
They're mad.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even Froggy says fair. He could do that side of it.
That's about it, though.
But yeah, so I mean that's pretty much my take on Wardlow too. Is I think if they give him the right gimmick, I think he needs to be repackaged for sure, especially if he leaves AEW. But I don't, and he seems, I think he's an okay wrestler. I think that can be worked on a little bit. I think that he could get a little bit better. But I think the problem is if he comes to WWE, I think he'd get lost in the mix because he's not necessarily going to be able to be pushed as a dominant presence there.
No, I don't. I agree with that because
at least not right now.
Yeah, he's being pushed like that in AEW. But
yeah,
that's about it.
It's understandable there.
Yeah.
Right, it's understandable there. But there are giants still that exist in WWE, and it'd be a lot harder to continue that persona, I think, at this point. But
yeah. I know you guys were talking about the 5-star matches. I just happened to look at the list of who has the most 5-star matches by Dave Meltzer.
Yep.
And someone has. There's someone, Mitsuharu Misawa has 25 5-star matches. Yeah,
that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, there is probably a few, if I had to guess, there's probably a few wrestlers from Japan listed. Probably Okada, I would probably think.
Oh, yep, he's actually number 2, tied with Will Ospreay and
yeah.
Kobashi.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And Will Ospreay is a fantastic wrestler.
Kenta Kobashi is actually number 2 on the list with 23 compared to Mitsuharu's number 1 with 25.
Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah.
I had that list bookmarked.
Yeah, it says Okada, Ospreay, and Kobashi all have tied with 22.
But absolutely correct. They deserve to have that. I can't even argue that. That's amazing that they've got those people on the list. That's exactly where they should be. Because, again...
way down on the list is Flair has 12. Ric Flair has 12 5-star matches.
Oh, yeah, and probably I would think a couple of those are probably with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
Actually, this must be a different you might have a newer, updated list, because...
Yep, it is updated to the 23rd of October.
Okay, because the one I have has Flair with 11.
11, yeah.
Well, he's just above Matt Jackson and Nick Jackson. They have 9.
Well, you see, I don't agree with that either.
Yeah.
And there you have it. That is it. That is all, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match. And moving on to face the weapons of mass destruction from Team Glenola and Team Cornhusk Show, Corrido, Sinister Farmer, and War the Machine. They are the Wolfpack, and they are the victors. And moving on to the semifinals. I'll get the payout issued for that. Just give me a momento. Jolink, how dare you rush me? I'll take my time if I want, sir.
The final one on this list is Shawn Michaels versus The Undertaker. WrestleMania 25.
I was going to say it would be the first time they had their matchup. That was
original
fantastic.
Hell in a Cell.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Sometimes I forget that was the very first Hell in a Cell match. You know. But, oh man, that... Bell to bell.
Have you, Joe Link? Have you seen that match?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. That's when I was heavily watching wrestling back then.
You know, and of course there was during the build-up that was some awesome matches, including one that I need to go back and rewatch just to count the number of refs. Because you have a ref come in, or I can't remember, one of them decked a ref, knocked him out. So another ref come in, the other one knocked him out.
Speaking of refs, thank God we've had better refereeing in this tournament than we did the last couple nights. I mean, oh my God, the refereeing has been absolutely horrid. Tonight, pretty spot on. Pretty spot on. Referee's been getting out of the way of the superstars. He's been dropping to the mat when he needs to count the 3. The submissions, attempts have been spot on. I'm quite enjoying the match. The flow of the matches has been fantastic tonight. All right, so before we get into any further discussions, next match of the evening, the beginning of the semifinals, it is the Anarchists versus Phenomenal Soul. And then, of course, the next match in the semis, the Weapons of Mass Destruction versus the Wolfpack. Now, who do you guys see winning either the first match or both? Who do you guys think is going to meet up in the tournament finals to battle over the right to fight the Coalition?
Phenomenal Soul versus the Wolfpack.
Phenomenal Soul and the Wolfpack. Okay, boss?
I say Weapons of Mass Destruction. And Phenomenalito.
Phenomenal Soul, okay. I too am going. Well, you know what though? I gotta. They've been so dominant, and again, to watch them walk out with those 2 title belts, looking so powerful and intimidating, I feel like Weapons are gonna find a way to pull it off. So I'm gonna say the Weapons over the Wolfpack, just so there's one of us that are not voting with Team Glenola, and I gotta go with Phenomenal Soul just because, my God, they've been since. Repackaging and reforming their faction. My God, they've been dominant. There's so many dominant teams. When these dominant teams finally meet up, it's going to be interesting to see what happens between the powerhouses of the tag team division. I mean, moving towards not just the first YTD Academy stream preview, which is next Sunday, not this coming Sunday, but the Sunday following, will be YTD Academy Tribute for the Troops. And it'll, of course, be on a Sunday evening, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But don't forget, the end of the year, our final show will be the 2nd annual Archiver Slammiversary stream preview. And it is going to be one hell of a thrill ride with 3 brands going to battle over Bragging Rights Supremacy Championship Gold a thirst for blood, a lust for championships. It is going to be a lot of fun, and of course our final show of the year. We got a lot of fun going on over the next little while, but it's going to be interesting to see again what's going to happen when those powerhouses of the tag team divisions finally collide. You know what I mean? We got some interesting things happening. Tag team division, the factions, and it's just absolutely smoking hot right now. But I mean, just look at this tournament, for instance. You know, powerhouses, monsters, all of them. Doesn't matter who wins or who loses in this tournament. They are the 8 powerhouses of the tag team division. Right, and then we got some up-and-coming tag teams that are going to be joining those ranks very soon, I assure you. And then, but I mean, yeah, tag team division is fantastic, both on Starrcade and Wrestle Wars. And again, the reason why you're seeing all these different teams in one tournament, ladies and gentlemen, is because tonight, our final night of Halloween Havoc Fallout, we have decided to take and invite members from Starrcade as well as Wrestle Wars to enter this tournament for the Archiverse World Tag Team Championships. I mean, it would not be the first time in each and every stream preview that they go to war. Both sides have the opportunity to try and win a title from one another. So tonight, no different. We decided to cap off Halloween Havoc Fallout with a tremendous tournament. That is what we're doing, and phenomenal it has been, no pun intended. I mean, we don't want to sit here and oversell Phenomenal Soul because Team Joe Link's head will grow. You know how the Grinch's heart was 3 sizes too small? Well, at times, Joe Link's head can be 3 sizes too big. Right? 3 sizes too big. But, all right, let me open the betting lines. Who do you guys think is walking into the tournament finals? The Anarchists or Phenomenal Soul? That's who you're going to be betting on. Just give me a moment. Joel, did you make your... Well, I know who you're going to be voting for. Boss Apollo. Yeah. I will ask you because, you know, I already know what Glenola is going to say.
Let's see. I am going for the Anarchist by betting on Phenomenal Soul.
You're going with the Anarchist, but you're betting on Phenomenal Soul. There you go, Joe Link. He's betting on your team, at least, buddy. You know, I mean, there's zero faith in your team's abilities, but he is betting on them, right? Because he secretly wants his team to, or well, not his team, but he wants the Anarchist to win. Is the real truth here, Joe Link? I'm just bringing you facts. I'm not implying anything here, but I'm just saying, right? He's your friend. Is betting against you at the end of the day. Even if he is putting money on your team, he is secretly aligning himself with another team. Right?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Sounds like you can't trust him.
I know. It is very sketchy. Very sketchy. Glenola, I do think I know who you're going to choose here. If you would like me to tell you who I think, I will tell you. But do tell us who you think, Anarchist or Phenomenal Soul.
Phenomenal Soul.
All right.
You know, I have to go with the Soul Man. You know.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I hear Queen Apollo. Queen Apollo, what's going on? What's doing? Excited? What's crack-a-lackin'?
Say hi.
Yo, Queen Apollo.
Hi, Queen Apollo. Oh, and by the way, we do have 2 redeems waiting. Archer.
By the way, Queen Apollo, we all believe that you are the true king of the household, so don't you worry. We've got your back, Queen Apollo.
Yeah. But Archer, you have a joke time, and Joe Link has a tree of knowledge.
I'm sorry, what do I have?
You have a joke time, and Joe Link has a tree of knowledge.
Curlidi with the joke time. Yeah. All right, what Curlidi wants, Curlidi gets. Leedy Lobster, just give me a moment.
Look at it. She's ready to follow you. She's ready, look.
Let's see here. What do I want to...
She walked there and came back, look.
She thought I was coming in.
All right, what happened... This is my joke to fulfill my My joke time. What happened, Joe Link? You are not allowed to answer this question. How dare you, just in advance? How dare you? What happened when the world's tongue twister champion got arrested? What happened when the world's tongue twister champion got arrested? Anybody got a guess?
They
looked it up on Google. Boss Apollo did not have an answer. Did you all hear that? That was his answer. And Glenola doesn't know. Joe Link probably does, so we're not asking Joe Link.
I'm not going to answer.
I heard this before. They I give up.
You quitter! How dare you? All right, so the answer is they gave him a tough sentence.
Oh yeah.
They gave the tongue twister champion a tough sentence. All right, now, sorry, who has, boss, is it you that has the tree of knowledge of rotten fruit?
No, Joe Link.
It was Joe Link.
Oh, it was Joe Link. Well, at least we don't have to worry about... Queen Apollo likes to hop all over Boss Apollo's truth or rotten fruit stories. Calls him right out on being a liar. Lying mofo, what are you talking about over there? But anyways, okay, Joe Link, tree of knowledge or rotten fruit, the floor is yours, sir. How dare you revel in the fact that your team's coming out?
Yeah, you know. They also look very good in those suits.
You look fantastic. Look at the two sexy beasts. I tell you, they very quickly formed a very... I mean, they complement each other so well in that ring. You'd almost think they've been tag team partners the entire time. It's very strange.
But it is. They clicked right from the beginning.
Really did.
Pretty awesome. Okay, let's see. Back when I was a teenager, probably about 13, 14, I went to Detroit. They were having Raw. It was my first time ever going to a live event down there. I actually, when I was down there, I actually saved up my money from my job at the time to buy a replica title.
Oh, nice. Which one?
Yeah, the winged one.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I actually got that. I met the Undertaker at the time, and then I actually got it signed by him just by him passing through back to his locker room.
No way.
Yeah.
True.
You're talking to somebody that actually had the Undertaker take a bite of his damn chocolate bar. And again, if my mother hadn't have accidentally thrown that out, I'd still have it to this day because I saved it. I didn't even finish eating it. I put it in a bag. He took it home, put it in the freezer. I thought, well, my thought was, I mean, how often does that happen in life? I mean, it could be worse something someday. Who knows? I mean, strange. Hey, man, I was younger. I think strange thoughts go through your head, but. In hindsight, right? Right? That's what I'm saying. In hindsight, if I still had that, imagine what that would be worth. But that was a weird situation, too. I didn't even know what to say. I did not know what to say at all. It was cool that night, too, because I got to meet, like, Warlord and Giant Gonzalez was there because he had a matchup with The Undertaker, but nobody got to meet him. They kind of had him off standing in the corner just gazing at everybody. And, of course, glaring over at The Undertaker, who was actually also glaring at everybody while Paul Bearer signed things, but so that was also a little weird, but there was a lot of very good, I mean, Owen Hart was there. Of course, he didn't come in as the Rocket Owen Hart, he came in as the Blue Blazer and had a match, but man, oh man, it was a great show. Absolutely fantastic. But so yeah, I can definitely believe that could be true. You did a lot of him and hawing, it almost sounded like a Boss Apollo story, but I'm going to go with part of the story is true, part of it's bullshit.
I think I'll go with true.
I'm going bet on true.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What is wrong with you? I hope you're not in charge of finances in the house. I mean, when it comes to bill paying time, he just holds up a bunch of bills and... Well, I'm going to go with the grocery bill, but I'm going to bet on the rent. You know, it's like...
I think true.
They bounce one, I guess.
Anybody else want to take a guess? Froggy Mothlegs, how dare you not take a guess?
He's probably lurking, doing something.
How dare he lurk? Leo the King says true. I also give it like maybe 90 seconds, see if anybody else to take a stab in the dark, and if not, then let us know if we were right or wrong.
Okay, yep, I'll give it a little bit.
Well, you know, because there's always different lag issues depending on time zone and internet connection. AMC me, Sister Sassy Pants. In the house.
Tossed out of the ring like dirty laundry. Yeah.
Tossed out like dirty laundry. I know, it's gaslight. But welcome in, AM. How you doing?
Titan G, I know you in here. Say something.
That's okay. Yeah, it was like you got like 30 seconds before I'll. I know it's late at night. Some other people might be just lurking or sleeping.
Yeah, does happen. I mean, ask Christian Cool. I mean, he has fallen asleep many times in the beginning of the good old days of Cool joining the broadcast here at the Archiverse. Sawing logs became a thing.
Or even when he's in the Discord.
That too, you know. I mean, if you're a fan of ASMR and other such things, then you probably will enjoy it. But we, however, did not.
The answer is it was true.
It was true? Okay.
It was my first. It was my first ever live event. It just happened to coincide like that, the way that I got the title, and he just happened to be walking past that.
That's very cool. Do you still have that title?
It's in my storage. I haven't seen it in a couple of years, but I know
you should dig that out.
It came in like with the traditional like little cloth sack, you know, cloth bag that's.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I remember they used to do that. Yeah.
So it was pretty neat.
I've never actually got a replica championship. I've always wanted one. I would love one. You know, but I've never actually had one. I've never purchased one yet.
Yeah, it was. I would say I probably wore that. You know, had that thing around all the time. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I had it in my room when I was a kid because I shared my room with my brothers back then. So I'm like, I had it placed on a shelf.
Right.
Yeah.
So you need to dig that puppy out and take pictures with it, sir. How dare you?
Yeah, it might take me a bit because it's in the storage unit. So.
Gotcha.
Moving a bunch of stuff. I only moved into my current house just last year, and I haven't moved everything over. It's all in the storage unit.
One of those things where it's just, you know, one of those things you want to do, but far too busy to actually get done.
Yep.
And speaking of people playing the lottery here, has anybody come close to winning tonight? Besides, sorry, what were we gonna say?
Like he got 433.
433.
That's still not close though. It's
777. 77. Yeah, 777 or 005.
Not Titan G.
Unlucky Titan G.
So looks like Glenola's the closest.
Glenola's still the closest with the yeah. He was under 50 points. All right.
Barely, but yeah.
But yeah, so it was a true story. Go figure. I thought maybe just because of the hemming and hawing throughout on occasion there, I thought that was maybe part of the story was true, part of the story was just made up type of thing. But
well, in Joe's defense, he was kind of on the spot. It isn't like he does a tree of knowledge every week like we do.
Fair point.
Yeah.
Fair point. All right. So, anyways, was that? Did you finish your list?
I did.
You did. Okay. I wasn't sure if you'd actually finished it or not.
We finished up with Taker,
Right.
Shawn Michaels, Hell in a Cell.
Right. Boss, do you have a list?
I can
Or
do
Joe
it.
Link? Is Joe Link? Joe Link has not been here in a long minute, a long hot minute. So I wonder if Joe Link has a list.
I will be right back.
I kind of have one pulled up. I pulled up a list of best wrestlers from all 50 states.
From all 50 states. Nice. Glad you're forgetting about the rest of the world and going right with the U.S. How dare you? No, I'm just kidding. Well, I mean, let's face it, a lot of pro wrestlers, a lot of great pro wrestlers came from the States to begin with. I mean, later on we figured out that there were some great, British wrestlers and Canadian wrestlers and other such things. But initially, when the territories first started putting on all these great shows in different territories, I mean, Americans have always been really great and traditional with their amateur wrestling and utilizing platforms like that to build professional wrestling. I mean, Vince McMahon really took that whole thing and did a good job with it. Because if you look at some of the great wrestlers in history, a lot of them were amateur wrestlers, submission wrestlers, shoot wrestlers. They had to have at least an athletic background to even get into the WWF at one point, or the WWF and other promotions prior. So, but yeah.
So I could do that list. It's done by Sportskeeda, and the list is made by.
I mean, sure. I mean, absolutely. You do whatever list you want, Joe Link. It is your time to shine. You are. You know what? I can't wait to tell Woozy that you filled in for him, and we're gonna have to boast on how great you did for your first time back in the hot seat. By the way, Woozy, if you're lurking or listening or going to be watching this VOD, we do miss you. We hope you get your internet situation figured out and are able to return to the broadcast booth ASAP. But we're glad you were able to move to a new home and get a new start on life or whatever way you... Holy crap, they did it. They beat the Anarchists. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match, and moving on to the tournament finals from Team Joe Link and Team J Negative Gaming. The Soul Man Jay Simmons and the phenomenal Joe Lincoln. They are phenomenal soul, and they are your victors. And moving on to the next round.
Yeah, they're winning. They keep winning.
I know.
They're doing fantastic.
It is. It's actually phenomenal, if you will.
But it's very true.
It is. I mean, it's built right into your name, sir. I figured you would have jumped to that conclusion immediately. How dare you? But
all right, this list, he does state that it is based on his opinion, because there are some wrestlers he will do honorable mention for, because let's see. He's right here. He keeps most of my selections are opinion based.
Oh, hold on. We just got joined by the mayor of Coolville, the leader of the Coolverse, the captain of the Cool Kids, the imprisoner of the Elves of the North Pole, Christian Santa Coolas on the broadcast in the house. Welcome in. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, nothing tops that. Ever.
Nothing.
Mr. Christian Cool had to cancel his stream tonight.
Why that? Why? What happened?
Apparently there's a situation going on at work, and it requires me to possibly have to go in super early tomorrow to do the fucking paper.
Oh,
no.
no.
I might have to go to bed super earlier. So
Gotcha.
There's just no point in streaming. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Yep. They couldn't give me a definitive answer before I left at fucking midnight whether things were good.
Oh,
or not.
that
So they're like, leave your ringer on. I'm like, fuck.
Leave your ringer on. Oh no, you're gonna get called at 5 a.m. Oh, that blows.
Nobody fucking puts Christian Cool in the corner. Fuck that.
All right, well, you made it in good time. You made it for, we're right just about to have the second match of the semifinals in this tournament for the Archerverse World Tag Team Championship. So it's going to be the Wolfpack taking on the Weapons of Mass Destruction. The winners will go on to face Phenomenal Soul, who have been literally absolutely phenomenal in this tournament so far. But great timing.
Phenomenal Soul, don't tell me. Jay Simmons.
I mean,
what the fuck did I just walk into? Jesus
maybe Team J Negative Gaming might have joined forces, have an allegiance, if you will, with Team Joe Link and the phenomenal Joe Lincoln, and potentially Black Machismo Jay Lethal, and they may or may not have formed a faction and called themselves Phenomenal Soul, and they may or may not be in this tournament winning. I will not confirm or deny any of that. Because right now it is, Weapons of Mass Destruction versus the Wolfpack. And the question of the minute, well, not in Cool's mind right now, but the question of the minute for everybody else is, who do you think is moving on to face the team that Christian Cool still has to wrap his mind around being in the tournament final already? Who y'all think's winning? It's going to be Weapons or the Wolfpack?
I'm going with Weapons.
You going with the Weapons?
That means he's betting on the Wolfpack.
That means he's betting on the Wolfpack. Yes, absolutely. I mean, you cannot trust his decision making at all. What about you, Cool? What do you think? I mean, you're very familiar with both teams. Who do you think wins this one?
Well, I kind of like Carliti's comment, the pack of little wolf pups. I always think
pack of little wolf pups.
But, yeah, Wolfpack.
You're going Wolfpack? That surprises me a little. I actually thought you would have sided with Fatline. Is it because Big Bubba Bruno's in there?
Maybe.
All right. Well, I got to go with Weapons here. I think it comes down to Weapons versus Phenomenal Soul. I really do. I think that's where it's going here. And then they get to battle it out for the right to fight the Coalition. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. I mean, I think the Coalition's in trouble here tonight. I don't think it really matters at this point who wins. I think the Coalition is in a lot of trouble tonight. I think their tag team title reign might be coming to an end here tonight, I think. And that is my team I'm talking about, for the record. But, I mean, there are monsters coming at them right now. Monsters. All right, well, here we go. It is time to rock and roll. I mean, I tell you that Glenol's going to get up on stage, dance around a pole, and sing us a little song. But what I really mean is, we're going to get the show on the go. It is the Weapons of Mass Destruction versus the Wolfpack. The winners are going to move on to face Phenomenal Soul for a chance and the right to fight the tag team champions. Betting lines are not open, but they will be. Give me a moment. I thought I already opened the betting lines. Shame on you, Cool. How dare you be tardy?
Yeah, so while he's not as loud, how you guys doing?
We are awesome.
How are you?
I'm good. Just a little bummed out. I really wanted to play more Bloodborne tonight.
I was actually enjoying that quite a lot, actually, yeah.
I've
never seen that game before.
You enjoy watching me fucking get destroyed. I don't know what it is.
I mean, maybe, but that is not the point.
Everybody else in that chat, you're all fucking villains.
I had never seen that game before. I really had not. I've never seen it before. You're the first person I've seen play it. So.
Yeah, Souls-like games are very difficult. They're very difficult to play. Do you have like a death counter on your
death
thing?
Counter?
No, I didn't do the death counter because I figured there's just going to be a lot of death anyways.
I mean, you used to have how many times you suck balls and you can't have a death counter?
Hey, that was on a game I was more familiar with, and I was playing on the hardest difficulty.
So there you have it, folks. Cool would rather be a ball sucker than a murderer.
Can you play online with that game?
Can you play online with that game?
Bloodborne?
Yes.
Bloodborne?
Yes, other people could join you and fight bosses with you and shit.
I got the game. I haven't never opened it.
You haven't and have never opened it? Well, there you could always join in.
Yeah, I gotta re-download it.
Yeah, that's what I need. Boss Apollo joining in one of my battles, and then we both get slaughtered, and we just
both get slaughtered.
You know, I was like, well, what happened? I said, well, I bet it on the must, but I want for us to win.
Oh my God. It's never ending.
Oh.
It is
By the
never
way,
ending.
you said this team is called Weapons of Mass Destruction?
They are.
Okay, I could have swore someone told me they were weapons of destructive mass.
Wow. Pot shots. That is hitting below the belt.
Well, pot shot for the pot bellies. So,
Pot shot for the pot. Well, I mean, to be fair, I just gotta, No, I won't do it. I won't do it.
So Christian Hart's gonna be the new member then? Cool.
Ooh.
Fuck you,
Ouch.
Way to speak up and actually have value when you say something. What's
How
up,
you
bud?
doing, Cool?
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see you. Bud.
From the trash can, Christian Hart gets butt injections. So
That's right. I forgot about that. Was it ever discovered if he was the only person having Botox injected into his ass cheeks? I mean,
I don't think it states if he was the only one.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not spread rumors around. Come on, people. Better
Yes,
than that.
because then he might have to start asking you a question. I mean, we don't need
Yes.
that. We don't need a what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Cool, come on. It's a word. We're looking for a word in the dictionary.
Now you want me to speak for you? Now, hard pass.
Hard pass. All right, Cool. Who do you think's winning the match? Are you sticking with weapons, or are you gonna change your mind and go with?
I never said weapons.
I thought you did. Oh no, that's right. Yeah. You went with Wolfpack. That's right too. Never mind.
Carino Farmer is gonna get a snack worthy of his appetite.
You think he's gonna eat Big Bubba Bruno, the Samoan lion? He's gonna have himself a lion burger.
The dude's gonna have a harvest, and he's gonna make it through the winter, at least 3.
He's gonna make it through the winter 3. Well, that was what I was alluding to earlier. I mean, I don't think Big Bubba Bruno's qualifies as a pot belly. I mean, several pot bellies perhaps. I mean, the man is very large. I'm just saying.
I don't think there's enough pot for that belly.
Right? Pot-belly pigs are now offended by Christian Cool. Porky Pig is not happy with you, sir. How dare you?
Oh, that's too bad.
But anyways, Joe Link had a list. Because we put Joe Link on the spot. So Joe Link has a list, Christian.
All right, so I'm basically doing the best wrestlers for the 50 states, and it's all based on the writer's opinion for each state.
He said states that. Get it? States. See what I did there? Cool, you're impressed. I know you are. Just, out with it.
He included Washington, D.C. as his own thing. So, and he said that the best wrestler from Washington, D.C. is Batista. It does have like a description. I don't know if you want me to read the description on each one, because some of them are pretty long, but I don't know if you want me to just go through all 50.
Paraphrase.
Let's see. It says that he was in the mid-late 2000s. Batista was arguably the top guy for WWE and OVW. He was actually born in the Washington, D.C. Area, which is why he chose him for this particular best wrestler from that area. So he's taken where they're born and where they live into consideration.
And I think he's a better actor than The Rock. Move on.
Sorry, who's a better actor than The Rock?
Batista.
That.
All right. Then the next one is Alabama, and then it's the top wrestler, the best wrestler I think is beautiful Bobby Eaton. He's from the Midnight Express, one of the greatest tag teams of all time.
Your ass.
Duo was Huntsville. Yeah, he was from Huntsville, Alabama. He had 26 tag team champions to his name. and then 12 heavyweight championships across several different promotions. He was inducted to the Hall of Fame with the Midnight Express.
Yeah, I do believe that was a few years ago.
Yep. All right. Alaska is Kenny Chaos. And it says in his state, it was a fun fact, this was the only professional wrestler he could find from Alaska.
That's funny. Probably true, though.
It says, yeah, Kenny Chaos is an forgotten member of the WCW roster. He's perhaps known best as one half of the undercard team, the High Voltage, with Robbie Rage.
Voltage.
Yeah. It says he didn't really do much during the WCW tenure, winning a handful of matches together. Once Chaos split from High Voltage following his injury to his partner, he ended up winning the tag team champions with Rick Steiner in 1998.
Speaking of tag teams, you know what has always been weird for me is the fact that the Midnight Express don't come up as often as they should when you're talking about great tag teams. You ever wonder about that?
It's crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy.
They stated that they won 26 tag titles. Across different promotions, though. But that's
and don't get me wrong, some people do bring them up and mention them on lists, but a lot of lists you read, they are never mentioned. I've never understood that.
And the next state they have is Arizona, and of course they have Shawn Michaels, but they do give an honorable mention to superstar Billy Graham. Is from there also.
Superstar Billy Graham was a good performer and not a bad wrestler. I mean, he was one of the original Juice Monkeys, of course, but
yeah, they say the only reason why he didn't pick Billy Graham is because Billy Graham wasn't actually born in Arizona, where Shawn Michaels was. Is the reason why he picked him. Then there's Arkansas is Sid. He was the best wrestler from there, and then honorable mention was Bobo Brazil. I don't really know.
No idea who Bobo Brazil is, but that's some funny shit though. Bobo, honk on Bobo, is the first thing that comes to mind when you say Bobo. But okay,
you guys never heard of Bobo Brazil?
Not really.
I actually haven't. No.
No, he was. He's like very old school. Like we're talking 1950s, like wrestling. Back in the days of Buddy Rogers and stuff like that.
Buddy Rogers, I know.
Yeah.
Bobo, I do
he was
not.
Born in 1924.
Yeah.
I mean, was he a clown?
Good-sized guy though. From
he's
from
big,
the look.
big guy, big and black.
6'6", 270.
Yeah.
Damn, that is big.
Debuted 1951.
Wow.
But one of the original giants of pro wrestling.
And the next one is California, which that's The Rock. He's the best wrestler from California.
Don't say.
And then next one's Colorado, and that's Dr. Dusty Williams. And then the honorable mention was Vader.
Yeah, I mean, Steve Williams definitely better than Vader. Both very good, though. Both very good. Love both.
Okay, the next one was Connecticut, and Mercedes Martinez, and then honorable mention was Just Incredible.
They're the only wrestlers from that state? Or they're just the best ones from?
Archer's searching for better. He's like, come on, that can't be all.
No, really, I mean, well,
they're the best wrestlers from that state, or born from that state.
The guy from Alaska got a fucking pass, but Archer's just like, wait a minute, nah, Connecticut could do better.
Wow.
Connecticut
could.
This one says
right.
that Mercedes Martinez was the first woman of 4 women. There's 4 women, I guess, on this list. She had quite the wrestling career, a native of Waterbury, Connecticut. She wrestled in 2000 after an injury ended her collegiate basketball career. Since then, she has dominated every promotion she's entered so far. Has won a total of 24 women's championships. Yeah, it says 4 of what she's holding right now, but this list was done in 2021.
Gotcha. While you're continuing, I'm just going to jump in and grab myself a beverage quick. My throat's getting a little dry, so I'll be right back.
And she does not appear to be slowing down any time. Her reputation earned her the place in this year's WWE Mae Young Classic, where she's made it all the way to the semifinals. She's the most respected and sought-after women in professional wrestling today. She's the best wrestler to ever come from Connecticut, in his opinion. Delaware has Jay Briscoe, and his honorable mention was Mark Briscoe.
You can just pretty much say Briscoe Brothers.
Yeah, that's
Let's move on.
Yeah. Florida is the immortal Hulk Hogan. Georgia is AJ Styles. Hawaii is Don Morocco. Yeah. Idaho is Tori Wilson. From Illinois, I know Noel's not very favorite person is CM Punk.
CM Punk is the best from Illinois. Give me a break.
That's what it says.
Probably true. It's probably true.
It says there's a reason you still hear his chants in the arena. He was one of the best. Chicago's own. CM Punk started his career in the backyard wrestling before hanging out in local independent promotions. Eventually landed in Ring of Honor. He became a worldwide sensation when he versed Samoa Joe.
Well, let's see. Bobby Heenan's listed as from Illinois. Gary Hart's from Illinois.
Yeah, this guy does state at the beginning of the article that it's his own opinion.
and to be fair, Bobby Heenan didn't really wrestle much.
Yeah,
very
Mustafa
much.
Ali's from Illinois.
Mustafa Ali hasn't made it there yet. I'm sorry. He wins the world title. We'll put Mustafa Ali over Punk.
Okay. Colt Cabana, who I'm not a fan of, but still better than Punk.
All right. Indiana is Terry Funk, but the honorable mention was the Ultimate Warrior.
I'd like to go to Ultimate Warrior.
Nah, Terry Funk, man. Terry Funk's a fucking crazy son of a bitch. Have you ever seen a Terry Funk match outside of WWE? The man's fucking psychotic.
Yeah, he even said Terry Funk
returned
has 3 5-star matches to his name. So
how many? Who are we talking? Terry Funk,
the greatest of all time.
Funk. Yeah, he was the best wrestler from Indiana, but the honorable mention was the Ultimate Warrior from
Ultimate Warrior.
But
oh, that's funny.
I call this list into question, though, Archer, because they say Punk is the best from Illinois.
They do say that.
Who was the honorable mention for Illinois?
They didn't.
And they don't have.
Oh, somebody look up Illinois wrestlers, please.
Just
come on.
Haters in this chat. That's all I'm hearing.
All right, the next one is from Iowa is Frank Gotch.
Froggy says, "Damn, Funk and Warrior. That's a good state for wrestling." I feel ripped off.
Let's see, the Frank Gotch, which I don't know much about him either, but he was. It says without Frank Gotch, there would be no professional wrestling.
Wow, there it is. That is it. That is all, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of the match. And moving on to face Phenomenal Soul in the tournament final from Team Dogface and Team Soul Embers, it is Big Bubba Bruno and Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn. The weapons of mass destruction are your victors. Wow.
Oh, man. Yeah, that definitely would not be pro wrestling without somebody like him. Debut was 1899.
Yeah,
he retired in 1913.
Yeah, he was one of the first few professional wrestlers. Yeah.
5'11", 210.
Yeah, that's
210 I mean, he'd be shredded at that weight.
Yeah. I guess well, it says in his life that the Frank Gotch, he died from poisoning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it says he died from urinemic poisoning at the age of 40.
But it was rumored to be syphilis.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was rumored to be syphilis.
Yeah, I'm on the Wikipedia page right now. It says Gotch died at home in 1917 of what was rumored to be syphilis, but the official cause of death was uremic poisoning.
Yeah.
Wow.
Next day is Kansas. The best wrestler is Bobby Lashley.
Kansas. Well, I mean, Bobby Lashley would be a good way to go even if there were other wrestlers. I mean, he's a phenomenal wrestler.
Yeah, he is.
I can't say I would disagree with that.
Yeah, the next state is Kentucky, and it's Ricochet.
Ricochet?
Yeah.
Really? There isn't better from Kentucky?
Ricochet. I mean, don't get me wrong. Ricochet is a great wrestler, but I mean, Ricochet.
No, he's a great stunt man. I wouldn't call him a wrestler.
Well, he's definitely a high flyer for the most part. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't argue that.
I don't want to hear anything come out of his mouth.
All right, guys. The betting lines are open. You have 5 minutes to make your bets. Who do you think is moving on to face the Coalition? Is it going to be Phenomenal Soul, or is it going to be the Weapons of Mass Destruction? We're going to find out right now. It is showtime and go time. Tournament final. Let's go.
Yeah, the writers taking his account in when he was called Prince Puma in the Lucha Underground.
Yeah. Well, he wore a mask and didn't really need to talk much, so that was better.
Okay, that was for Prince Puma. Okay.
Yeah, Prince Puma was Ricochet, and that was I think that was probably his heyday, his best day.
I've seen, because I've watched a little bit of that, and he was pretty good in there.
Yeah.
All right, the next one is Louisiana, and it's Big Cat Ernie Ladd.
Ernie Ladd.
Ernie Ladd.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no honorable mentions in that state. For Maine is Scotty Too Hottie, so he is listed.
Wow. Any honorable mentions there? I mean,
no. It just says that it goes under the description of. I know that he was sort of a joke wrestler, but you're lying to yourself if you say that Scotty Too Hottie wasn't fun to watch.
Well, I mean, Scotty Too Hottie was fun to watch. You know, I'm not knocking him. He was a pretty good wrestler.
All right.
So before we go further on this list, I'm gonna just make a little prediction.
Okay.
That we're not gonna hear much better wrestlers when we go through all the states, because all the good wrestlers apparently are here in Mexico or in Canada.
Mexico or Canada.
We'll see. We'll see. Okay, the next one is Maryland and Scott Hall.
Scott Hall, yeah. Well,
okay.
I can accept that.
And then next state is Massachusetts, and it's John Cena.
John Cena. The Boston, Massachusetts only has John Cena.
It says on his list there are plenty of great wrestlers from my home state of Massachusetts, including Sasha Banks, Tommaso Ciampa, Donovan Jock, Damian Sandow, but really there's no contest here. It had to go to John Cena. So he has a list of other people, but he thinks Cena's the best from Massachusetts.
From his personal standpoint, of course. Yes. I mean, you can't compare the wrestling ability of Ciampa to John Cena, so that's obviously from a performer standpoint, I would think, which is fine. I mean,
and then they're my state, Michigan. It's Scott Steiner is who they have,
no doubt.
And then honorable mention was Bruiser Brody.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could see him but I mean, I think Rick Steiner should be also an honorable mention there.
I was going to say, I think Rick is probably a little bit better than Scott.
Yeah, we'll even say in the description, Michigan has other tough state to pick. You got Kevin Nash, Rob Van Dam, George the Animal Steel, many others.
Yeah.
That come from here. So
that's right. RVD is from Michigan, isn't he?
Battle Creek.
Battle Creek.
But I mean, Scott Steiner's not a terrible choice, though.
No, I will give this guy credit. At least up front, he said this is by his own view. You know.
Yes.
He isn't trying to say that this is definitive.
Look at this, Froggy Mothlegs redeeming a YTD dark match between John Cena and the Professor Poindexter. Or I suppose right now it's going to be John Cena versus, Dexy Kruger. Dexy Kruger.
Okay, and then the next state is Minnesota, and he has Vern Gagne. I think that's how you say it. Gagne.
Vern Gagne.
Vern Gagne, yeah.
The honorable mention is Mr. Perfect.
Gagne is a French name. Gagne actually means to win, but that's how you pronounce it, is Gagne.
Okay.
He's French.
Definitely, it was a dangerous man when he
was.
Actually, now last I heard, he was even more dangerous because he had Alzheimer's, but he still had all of his skills. He attacked somebody in his nursing home a few years ago and put him in that chokehold of his.
Wow. That'd be an alarming situation for the security of the old the old folks home.
According to this, that he did pass away at the age of 89, but yeah, he did have Alzheimer's disease.
Alzheimer's, yeah.
See if I can find the detail on this.
Alright. The next state is Mississippi, and they have Kamala.
Mala! Way to break out the guns. Wow. Kamala!
Yeah.
I guess they're not much of a wrestling state.
No, it says right here, contrary to what you've learned from KFAB, the wild savage from Uganda actually comes from Coldwater, Mississippi, where he had a bit of a rough upbringing. It wasn't until he was 25 when he relocated to Michigan. He met the pioneer wrestler Bobo Brazil.
Bobo Brazil, there you go.
He trained with him.
Mob says, I am voting for Big Boy. Welcome in, Mob. Appreciate you stopping by. Welcome to episode number 407 here at the Archiverse. It is Christian Cool Appreciation Week and Glenola Appreciation Month. Joe Link Appreciation Year. Welcome on in. We appreciate you for being here.
This is the Archer Appreciation.
Ghastly.
Appreciate the fact that Jay Simmons lets him walk around in those gold tights.
Well, they're actually pants, at least, They're not tights.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they're tight on his thick-ass legs.
It's because he keeps working out.
Keeps working out.
Oh, I didn't know this.
He works out.
In 2006, I didn't know Kamala wrestled Bryan Danielson.
Yep.
Did he really?
I saw that match.
I did not.
It was wrestled to a non-finish for the ROH World Title.
Yep.
Interesting.
It was basically kind of just what it was. It was.
Now,
it was a gimmick match.
What? Okay, I was just gonna say, was it a good match or a gimmick match? Okay, so that answers that.
It was just for show. Kamala won, it was just a payday for Kamala, and
worthwhile, or like, is this? Should I watch
Danielson was willing to defend it against everybody.
Okay.
So Kamala fit.
Is this something I should watch?
No, I mean if you're that curious, you could probably find it and watch it, but it's nothing special. It's Kamala.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, like I said, that's not much of a wrestling state, apparently.
I mean, at this point of Kamala's career, he's past his heyday. So.
I mean, what's the honorable mention? Doink the Clown? I mean...
Oh, for where Mississippi was? No, they don't give an honorable mention.
Well, I mean, if you've got Kamala listed as your best wrestler from your state, you probably don't have much of an honorable mention. Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Gene Antone, Brett DiBiase, Mike DiBiase, Dan Holtz, Kamala, Max Palmer, Christy Ricci, Jeremy Riggs, Marco
there ain't no one
Stunt,
worth
Uncle
mentioning.
Elmer, Harvey Whippleman.
Harvey Whippleman. As if they listed Harvey Whippleman. All right.
Okay, the next state is Missouri, and it's Harley Race, but they have 2 honorable mentions, which is Nick Bockwinkel and Randy Orton.
Understandably. And I wouldn't argue any of those actually.
And then the next state is Montana. It's Gary Albright.
Gary Albright. Now there's a name I have not heard in a while.
Yeah, so there's a description. For those who have never heard of Gary Albright, he's an oft-forgotten member of the Anola family.
Yeah.
Through marriage, he married Affa's daughter.
He did, yeah.
Wrestled primarily for All Japan Pro Wrestling, Stampede Wrestling in Canada, and various promotions. His impressive showing in Stampede as himself as Banka Singh and Pakistan heel.
Yeah.
Here in the Wrestling Observer Doolittle Rookie of the Year Award, 1988.
That I didn't know.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Alright, next state is Nebraska, and it's Gorgeous George. And
Gorgeous George.
the honorable mention was Sting.
Yeah. Wait, Sting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I guess George had a lot more prominent matches, and at the time, at least, you know, the time period that those two would have been in the business together, I guess he probably was the more popular of the two as well, so, yeah, I guess so.
But also, they have Baron von Raschke.
Baron von Raschke.
You know, so, I mean, that's a hell of a state, just those 3 wrestlers.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
Alright, the next state is Nevada, and it has Buddy Rose.
Buddy Rose. Is there an honorable mention for that one? No?
Nope, they don't give one. No, they don't.
Okay. Well,
yeah, according to Wikipedia here, Peter Avalon, Rico Constantino, Carl Fredericks, Karrion Kross, Nikita Lyons, Buddy Rose, and Ryback.
wow, look at that. That is it. That is all, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match. And moving on to the championship final to face the Coalition for the Archivers World Tag Team Championship. From Team Joe Link and Team J Negative Gaming, Christian Cool's absolute favorite team on the planet today. Together they are Phenomenal Soul, the Phenomenal Joe Lincoln, and the Soul Man, Jay Simmons, are your victors. Wow. Christian Cool, I know you've got lots to say about the conclusion of this matchup, so we turn it over to you for your insight on the current situation and what you think about the their chances in the championship final.
Which tag titles are they for?
The Archivers World Tag titles.
Well, they are now deemed irrelevant.
They are now deemed irrelevant. Oh, that is cold.
The new jackpot.
Might as well
is
get the
cold.
WCW titles in here because they just gained prestige and a lot more value.
All right, I'll get the payout issued for that last match.
Oh my gosh. Alright, the next state is New Hampshire, and they have Triple H as the best wrestler from New Hampshire.
Oh, understandably, I guess at this point, isn't it?
He played the game, New Hampshire. Yeah.
Indeed. All right, so go ahead.
Next one's New Jersey, and it's Buddy Rogers.
Buddy Rogers. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Any list with Buddy Rogers, you know, they've got to have at least some intelligence.
Wow, that's cool. It's the description under his thing. It says he's the first ever WWF champion.
Yeah,
Buddy Rogers, yeah.
Yep. He's the original. He's the original Nature Boy before Ric Flair.
He was. Yep, that is correct.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, just kind of glance at this, there's been some pretty good names coming from New Jersey, so that's Buddy Rogers in good company. DDP's from New Jersey.
He is.
Let's see, who is it? I saw another one here. King Kong Bundy.
Ooh, you know what? Do you remember King Kong Bundy's little midget partner that he used to wrestle with? What was his name? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
I used to love, though, because you don't see it anymore, but when they would have the mixed tag matches with midgets aligned with, I mean, that's how Doink and Dink came a thing as well at some point, right? So I can never remember the name of Bundy's, but he was hilarious, that little guy. He was friggin' hilarious. All right, so we're at the main event of this Gold Rush tournament. It is Phenomenal Soul versus the Coalition. The winners walk out the Archivers World Tag Team Champions, and then we have a go-home happy match. Now, the trick there is you guys are going to build this go-home happy match. You can build any match you would like to see in YTD Academy. We are going to have ourselves a YTD Academy go-home happy match, and it can even be for a title if you wish. So choose carefully, right? Make it a great match. Don't just choose anything off the top of your head. Think about it. You've got a whole match to decide. We build a go-home happy match together, but right now it is time to crown tag team champions. Will it be the reigning defending champions, the Coalition? Or will Phenomenal Soul complete a phenomenal tournament and walk out with the championship belts? Betting lines, you have 3 minutes still to make your bets, but it is definitely showtime and go time. So let's get this championship match underway right now. Let's go. All right. And Jolink, back to you.
Okay. The next state is New Mexico, and they have Blackjack Lanza.
I don't remember who that is.
It says throughout Blackjack Lanza is here by default because he's the only wrestler from New Mexico.
Okay. I don't think I know him. I really don't.
It says Albuquerque's own Blackjack Lanza worked in the AWA for 8 years before finally joining up with Blackjack Mulligan in 1970. At the time, Lanza was a main eventer with one tag team champion with Bobby Duncombe, one British Empire Heavyweight Championship, one Television Championship, 3 Brass Knuckles Championships, an American Heavyweight Championship under his belt. Still, he would go on and have an immersive succession with Mulligan, winning 4 more tag team championships across various promotions. The duo has been since inducted to both the WWE Hall of Fame and the Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame, and remains the conversation for greatest tag team of all time. The team was one of the first successful stories for legendary manager Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Bobby the Brain. Best ever manager. France, I'll be doing more YTD dark matches tomorrow night. But tonight, we want to build an epic go-home happy match. Especially if Phenomenal Soul happens to defeat the Coalition, because Christian Cool's going to have an absolute coronary. So we're going to need something to redeem and, resuscitate him back to life and, put some electricity back in that body of his. Plus, you wouldn't want him to miss his, late evening tuna casserole snack.
Fuck you, buddy. It's chicken and noodles over mashed potatoes, baby.
Ooh,
that's good
nice.
too,
Mrs. Cool must have been over visiting and cooked a meal.
Yes.
Alright.
Leftovers from the other day, and my lady
Fantastic.
don't cook, I have to cook for her.
Sounds delicious.
Alright, the next state is New York, and they have Mick Foley as the best wrestler from there.
Really? Why do I feel like there'd be more good wrestlers from New York?
I would think so too.
I mean, somebody want to Google that? I feel like.
Well, let's see here. Just trying to see if anybody jumps out at me name-wise. Of course, China's from New York, but
China, well.
Disco Inferno, the Dudleys, Bold Dempsey. Let's see.
Bull Dempsey
Lex
shouldn't have
Luger.
even been included on that list. What?
Right?
Oh, well, here's one that should be on the list just for what he did after his wrestling, and maybe not so much for his in-ring. Shad Gaspard.
Shad Gaspard, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
Shad
the true
Gaspard,
hero.
I mean, he was on his way to being one of the great big men of the business, I'm telling you. Like, I think it's really unfortunate. Because he was just before that all happened, he was literally just in rumors and talks about making a return, right? So, I mean, for that all to happen was just so unfortunate, and,
Well, there's one up that I don't see listed here that definitely could be on the list. Papa Don.
Papa Don, yeah. Yep.
But they have Paul Heyman, Homicide, Jericho. Wait a minute. They're saying Jericho is from New York?
Well, he was born in Buffalo, New York, but raised in Winnipeg.
Oh, okay. Jindrak. Of course, one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, Andy Kaufman.
Andy Kaufman. What? Yeah. Well, I mean,
I think I mentioned Lex.
he did wrestle Jerry the King Lawler, I suppose.
Yeah, and they kept the storyline going kayfabe going for how long? Many years?
Oh yeah, years and years.
Says Shane's from New York. Shane O'Mac.
Yeah.
Gorilla Monsoon.
Well, he's from what, Greenwich, Connecticut or whatever, Shane?
I don't know. But they're saying New York on this list. I'll go back and click on that here in a minute. But Nunzio, I wasn't that impressed with him. Beth Phoenix is from New York.
Beth Phoenix is also awesome.
Yeah. Mike Rotund is from New York.
Is he? I didn't know they were from New York. For some reason, I thought they were actually from Chicago. That's one of the people that I was thinking of when they were talking about, BM Punk.
Sabu.
See, I don't consider.
Here we go.
He became more of a stuntman.
Ricky Steamboat.
Finally.
Yeah, he should be on the list.
Oh yeah. I mean, Ricky the Dragon, Kerry Von Erich too. Well, the whole Von Erich family, they are one of the original royal families of wrestling. Right, but Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, though, I mean, if you ask people like, well, when he was alive, Kurt Hennig, Bret Hart, Ric Flair, many others, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat might just be the best wrestler ever.
Oh, and I'm a huge Mick Foley fan. I love Mick Foley. But,
he was a stuntman,
yeah. But
he was definitely a superstar.
Ricky.
He was not a wrestler, though.
Yeah, but to have to be over Ricky.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
I think even he would have a problem with that.
Yeah, a little weird. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat definitely should have been on the list of. He should have been number one. He should have been the choice for that matter.
Yeah, they could have been Ricky Steamboat, and an honorable mention could have been Foley.
Yeah, because when it comes to the fans, Foley was loved.
Oh, he was, yeah. He still is, yeah. It's too bad to hear he's having further problems, due to his career. But that's unfortunate to hear.
Okay, I'll keep going to the next list.
Yes.
North Carolina is Ric Flair, but he said that there are other great wrestlers he could have added, which includes Arn Anderson, the Hardy Boys, and Junkyard Dog.
Junkyard Dog. We were talking just not too long ago. We were all discussing Junkyard Dog because he's one of those people.
Last night, or the other night.
Was it just the other night? I mean, he's one of those wrestlers that, in my opinion, are very underrated. They are hardly ever brought up in lists where they could be at least, honorable mention, because Junkyard Dog was actually a very good wrestler, and he got over with the crowd, in a time where colored wrestlers weren't always revered, we had him, we had Ron Simmons, we had Tony Atlas, and a few others that started to pave the way for colored wrestlers at the time. Junkyard Dog, though, was so exciting to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the dog collar matches and stuff? I mean, they were, originated by him, so.
Well, and there's just, again, this is another state that has so many possibilities, Though I think Ric Flair, I'd vote for Ric Flair.
Well, yeah, obviously. If somebody said, who's the best, do you think, wrestler in North Carolina, you would definitely think the Nature Boy, right off the hop, for sure.
Yeah.
Or maybe Charlotte Flair now. Maybe Charlotte now, but yeah. I think Charlotte is a better wrestler than Rick, only because, she has a much broader repertoire.
Yeah. And she's taken everything her father gave to her.
Oh, yeah.
And has
Big time.
made it all her own.
Big time. The Flair genes are shining through in legacy form.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right, the next state is North Dakota, and they have someone called Red Bastion. And even this guy's like, who the heck is Red Bastion?
Red Bastion?
Yeah. He's the only wrestler from North Dakota, I guess.
Weird.
Okay, well, let me take a look, see what I can...
Let's get a fact check this. Because North Dakota...
Wikipedia only lists him. Pro Wrestling Fandom.com. Basically, there's 4 choices here. Annette Palmer, Benjamin Saylor, Tack, and Red Bastion. Let's see. So...
yeah, he's probably the only good choice there then.
Yeah,
all
this
right.
guy, quite literally, I just looked up Benjamin Saylor. Accomplishments, there's nothing. Debuted 2003. And basically the only information they have on him is his finishing move is his Black Sails in the Sunset and the Cutthroat Powerbomb, and his nickname is the Total Immortal.
Wow.
All right, then.
So, yeah, I don't think he's anything to...
No. Nope. And the next one is Ohio, and the best wrestler from there is Macho Man Randy Savage.
Macho Man Randy Savage. From Ohio, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, every time we look up, try to fact check things, we've been wrong in the last little while. But again, it's one of those states I feel like, I'm not saying it bad about Randy Savage. He was awesome. He's one of the best ever. But I'm just saying, you think, like, is there any honorable mentions?
Nope. It just goes to talk about Macho Man's career.
Huh.
Yeah, I would agree.
I love Macho Man, and he definitely is one of the greatest. But I mean, you're looking at a state with Brian Pillman, Al Snow.
Yeah.
Let's see, just running through this quick.
Oh, y'all have a good night. I gotta work in a couple hours.
Yeah. Have a great night.
Oh, have a great night, boss.
Yeah, have a good night, boss. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
Yeah, well,
we'll talk to you Wednesday night for Wrestle Wars.
I'll be there.
Sounds good, buddy.
Here's a couple I'm not a huge fan of, but a lot of people are. Miz and John Moxley.
Miz and John Moxley. See, I mean, I would never consider Miz one of the best wrestlers ever or anything like that, no. But I mean, he has definitely defied the odds in, there's not many people like the Miz. I mean, he simply was a wrestling fan. He had no athletic background, nothing, no wrestling, no boxing, no nothing. And he simply joined a show because he was a super wrestling fan, wanted to become a wrestler, and managed to do so. right? Even eventually managed to become a pretty decent wrestler.
Yeah, Perry Saturn. I'm still saying, Randy
Perry
definitely
Saturn's awesome.
is one of the greatest of all time. Deserves to be on the list. But for honorable mentions, there's a couple there that would be, well-fitting.
Yeah.
I was always a pretty big fan of Perry Saturn's, actually. I mean, he wasn't the most exciting fellow to watch or anything like that, but he was an awesome wrestler, though. Awesome wrestler.
The next state is Oklahoma, and it's Jack Briscoe. And
Jack
then
Briscoe.
The honorable mention is Goldberg.
Goldberg.
Yep.
Goldberg.
Yep.
Goldberg.
Yeah.
Well, trying to look here.
To have to go from
Briscoe.
Jack Briscoe, who makes perfect sense, to Goldberg.
Yeah, both Briscoes, Gerald and Jack. Wahoo McDaniels from Oklahoma. Goldberg. Russ Haas. Buddy Roberts.
Goldberg.
Yeah.
Mae Young is the only other one who I really recognize the name for.
Mae Young.
No, I'm sure. I'm just saying,
Yeah. Well, at least we know there's others, but I mean...
Yeah.
So I would say probably as an honorable mention, Goldberg's a good choice in this case.
You don't think Mae Young was a more
Oh,
prominent...
no, I take nothing away from Mae Young. I don't. Mae Young was awesome.
Okay, the next one is Oregon, and it's Art Barr. And then the honorable mention is Ken Patera.
Interesting.
Wow, Art Barr, he died at the age of 28 in 1994.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I do have a problem with this state.
Okay.
Roddy Piper.
Wait, hold on.
Cool snoring.
Oh,
We have
don't say it.
Cole.
No. Don't say it. Clip it. We simply clip it. We send it out on Twitter. We send it out on as many media platforms as possible. Everybody clip it. Yes. The sawing logs of the mighty Christian Cool has returned with vengeance. Anyways, while everybody's doing that, back to what we were discussing.
Okay. So, okay. The next one is Pennsylvania, and they have Kurt Angle.
Kurt Angle, yeah, of course.
And the honorable mention is Bruno Sammartino, and they give the reason that they didn't pick Bruno Sammartino because he wasn't born in Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Kurt Angle was.
All right, well, fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, one count there because the referee. Did you see that? That was strange.
Obvious cheating.
The
That's all I'm saying.
referee ran a bit of a marathon there before he decided to try and even count that one that he got to.
So how was your nap? Cool.
Up until I was told it was gonna go good. It's just been an uneventful night.
Up until you were told.
Up until I was told that it was not gonna be eventful. Yes.
Oh. What?
You asshole. I could have sworn I had the mic up. God damn it.
It was completely eventful. That's hilarious.
Hey, I was just giving my 5-star rating on how good the match is, and it's a snoozer. What can I say?
Oh, come on. You want Team J Negative Gaming and Team Joe Link to come out victorious here. You know you do.
No, I want Team Joe Link to get his head out of his ass and find anyone possibly within the Archerverse universe to tag with.
Well, I also have Jay Lethal, so.
You do. You also have Jay Lethal. That's right.
Then get rid of the dead weight.
Get rid of the dead weight.
So it was Kurt Angle with San Martino as
San Martino, honorable mention.
Okay. In a state that has Alpha Anoy Jr. You had there's a couple others. Shane Douglas, I saw.
Did you say Shane Douglas?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But John Laurinaitis is.
John Laurinaitis. You know what? John Laurinaitis was actually a pretty good wrestler.
Yeah,
I'm not even gonna lie. Yep.
Both Road Warriors, I think it said. Oh, at least Animal. And I thought I saw a Hawk. But I guess maybe I missed him. Or maybe it was something else I saw. But you had Big John Studd.
Oh, he kicked the referee! I know he's my own, that's my own team right there, but that was savage. That was savage. Archer kicks the referee right in the back.
But, no, to have, one of the Anoys, by itself, that's a,
Yeah.
But Animal, like John Laurinaitis, Steve Blackman, but I don't know.
Well, Animal and John Laurinaitis are actually brothers.
Yeah. But Steve Blackman, I love watching him in the ring, but he's just an ass kicker.
Yeah, see, I agree with Cool in the sense that I was just never, ever invested in Steve Blackman. I just wasn't a huge fan of Blackman.
Man, you guys acted like you were fucking Charlie finding the golden ticket when you heard me snoring. Fuck you. Fuck you all.
I mean, it's a moment.
You were like, hush, everybody, hush. You hear that?
Clip it.
I mean, I had to make sure everybody heard. I mean,
we got him.
Of course, we have one of Cool's favorite wrestlers, Gene Snitsky.
Gene Snitsky. Is that true, Cool? Is that one of your favorite wrestlers besides Jay Simmons, of course?
Gene Snitsky much, other than the fact that's not his fault. So
I mean, we know the true favorite for you is Jay Simmons. I mean, that's clear.
All right, the next state is Rhode Island, and he has Spike Dudley listed. Rhode Island.
Sorry, Rhode Island?
Yeah, Rhode Island. Yes, Spike Dudley.
Small state, small talent. What are you gonna do?
Right.
All right, and then for South Carolina, he has the Fabulous Moolah, and then honorable mention was the Big Show.
The Big Show was the honorable mention?
Yep.
That's interesting. Big Show, honorable mention as... Because, I mean, let's face it, Whoa! That is it. That is all. The winners of the match by submission and new Archivers World Tag Team Champions from Team Joe and Team J Negative Gaming. The phenomenal Joe Lincoln and the Soul Man, Jay Simmons. Phenomenal Soul, your new tag team champions. Les Champions.
Thank you, Carliti. Does that mean that technically Lincoln and Simmons are undefeated since being a tag team?
They are undefeated as a tag team, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, now for the tough job. You guys have a job to do. You guys have a match to build. YTD Academy match of your choice for our Go Home Happy match. But yes, congratulations to Phenomenal Soul, Team Joe Link. And of course, Team J Negative Gaming.
I really kind of wish I didn't wake up. This sucks.
Come on, you're excited. You're excited for Team Joe Link.
Nah.
Their first time ever holding the Archivers World Tag Team Championships. I mean, it is a moment, a memorable moment in the lives of Phenomenal Soul.
Yeah.
Okay. It's my bad. You're right. I should celebrate. It's Joe Link and the rest of his team.
The rest of his team. All right, well, congratulations again to Phenomenal Soul. Just give me a second while I take a quick snapshot here. Got to have that snapshot for Tournament Lane. It's actually Victory Lane. I'm renaming it.
But I did find the one where Vern Gagne actually body slammed a fellow resident who died a few weeks later because of the injuries.
Really? What does it say?
Now this was January 14th, 2015.
Okay.
Minnesota wrestling legend Vern Gagne has been implicated in the death of a fellow nursing home student who died a few weeks after he was injured in an altercation. So it reported both the 82-year-old Gagne and the guy who died, 97-year-old Helmut Gutman, were residents of the memory loss unit and suffer from Alzheimer's-related dementia. Gagne apparently threw Gutman to the floor, breaking his hip. No charges have been filed.
Froggy was going off in the chat room. Are you gonna find Archer? Archer? How many breakups how many refs does he get to kick? And now he's celebrating, of course. Alright, so what are we choosing for a go-home happy matchup here? One final match of the evening. What do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see, say, I don't know, a Legends Championship matchup? Do you want to see, I don't know, a random faction match from YTD Academy? I mean, what would you guys like to see for the final match of the evening?
That's a good question. Apparently, Cool wants to see Christian Hart wrestle, though.
Does he?
I didn't say that. Why you speak for me, man?
Well, we could put Christian Hart in a match for the Submission Wrestling Championship, perhaps.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to suggest that I don't defend that enough? How dare you?
I mean, you don't have it now.
Yeah, you don't have the title.
Christian Hart shit the bed.
That sucks.
But he did defend it more than once, though, before he shit the bed. So it's okay.
I actually remember him losing it, actually.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I think you actually came into the broadcast as he was losing it, actually, to be fair.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
That was awful.
Froggy says TAV Legends versus WWE WCW Legends. Okay, let's build that. Now, do we want to have a 6-man, an 8-man? Or do we take the legends from both and put them in a battle royal? I mean, what do we want to do?
The multi-man limitations right now, Archer, with the crashes.
Oh, right. So we're going to avoid 8-man. So we're doing 6-man.
Okay. And
how about
we don't want anybody getting thrown off of a cage?
Nobody thrown off a cage. How about a 6-man? Tag to brag elimination, TAV Legends versus WWE WCW Legends. You guys pick who they are. How about that?
All right. Well, let's see. Hey, that's Christian Hart.
Fucking perfect.
So you want Christian Hart as one of the
TAV Legends.
TAV Legends, okay. Alright, so let's put Christian Hart in there. The Iceman in the matchup for Team TAV Legends. Who else?
Oh, You gotta have a member of Tons of Funk.
Which one?
That's why
I would say the All-American Uptown B. Henry because he's been more prominent in singles action out of the three. We'll go with B. Henry?
But just in case.
Yeah, do B. Henry.
Alright, and last but not least, off the top of my head, I would think that Alan Severn.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I wasn't going to throw him in just because I didn't want to...
Well, I think it makes sense.
But yeah.
Alright, so now...
No, it's fine. I mean, Archer practices nepotism on a fucking regular basis. There's no shame in you doing it, Glenola.
I try not to, though.
No. I mean, you can't do it nowhere near as much. Trust me, there's a long shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, just ignore Santa Claus still upset that he's losing the ratings war. It's fine. He'll be okay. He'll be okay.
We have a request for Kevin Nash.
Kevin Nash, okay, we can throw Kevin Nash in there. As soon as I learn to spell, there we go. Okay, Kevin Nash is in.
Well, you can't have a legend, WWE legend without The Undertaker. I mean,
Undertaker. Okay,
one of the
Undertaker's
greatest
going
legends
in.
of all time.
Alright, I'll make the last pick.
Which version of The Undertaker do we want? Do we want to go with the one we usually use? Or do you have one you would like to select?
I really have no opinion on which one.
All right, let's just go with the one we utilize. We usually utilize the Ministry of Darkness Taker, so we'll utilize that. All right, last but not least, who do we want to go with for the final member?
The Big Boss Man.
The Big Boss Man? That's cool.
I don't see him in action too much.
No, we don't. Well, he's in the tag team division now with Vader.
Yeah, they're the ones that Lincoln tapped out for 9 seconds.
Yeah, you would remember, yes. Big Boss Man. There he is. All right, there we go. Go home happy match of the night. Do we want to open betting lines?
Of course.
All right, let's do it. I'm not going to charge anybody for it. Open for the evening means open for the evening.
And hello, Lixky Tiger.
Yeah.
Lixie Tiger? I got to look at this. Hold on, bring it up dashboard now. Lixie Tiger, or it could be Lucky Tiger, Lexi Tiger. We're going to call you Tiger. Your name is now Tiger, doesn't matter what it is, but welcome into episode number 407 here at the Archiverse. You just missed a fantastic tournament. This is actually our go-home happy match of the night. It is Archiverse Legends versus WCW and WWE Legends. We're just about to open up the betting lines, so you can bet on the match if you wish. You want to earn some Archiverse bucks, now's the time to do it. But welcome in, enjoy the rest of the show, and how you doing?
And I'm finer than Frog's hair. I hope you're doing great tonight.
Finer than Frog's hair. By the way, Christian Cool, I mean, Glenola earlier tonight educated us all on the history, and believe it or not, there is a history of Finer than Frog's hair.
Oh boy.
Right?
That's like a 150-year history.
Carlini, how dare you? You don't go anywhere until this match is over and we invade somebody, or I will ban you. Somebody ban Carlini. Ban the broadcaster. How dare you, Glenola? Joe-Link. That is not funny, Joe-Link. Not funny. Alright, so who walks out with bragging rights?
Have a great night, Carlini.
Have a good night, Carlini.
How dare you, Carlini? Is it going to be the Archiverse Legends? Or WWE and WCW Legends?
Uh-oh. Carlini just cut your cords, Archer.
Carlini! That is not funny, Carlini. You have 5 minutes to make your bets. Pay no attention to Carliti. It was an accident. And there we go. Betting lines are open, so you have 5 minutes to make those bets. This is the final match of the evening, and then we'll see each other Wednesday night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Archivers Wrestle Wars when we continue our road to the next big stream preview of 2022. It happens to be YTD Academy Tribute to the Troops, and it is not this Sunday coming, but the Sunday following. It's going to be a fantastic event. And then, of course, after that, we're on the road to the final show of the year. The grandest spectacle of them all, the Archivers Slammiversary, and that is going to be one hell of a thrill ride. You don't want to miss the next few weeks. It is going to be a party up in here. But let's get this match underway. Archivers Legends versus WWE and WCW Legends. Let's go. Joe patched up them court. Take that, Carliti. Take that. How dare you?
No. Alright, I'm going to keep going with the list. South Dakota has Brock Lesnar listed as their best wrestler.
Brock Lesnar?
Yeah.
Well,
it says that he's billed Minneapolis, Minnesota in his bio, but he's actually from South Dakota.
Gotcha.
Tennessee has Jerry the King Lawler as their best wrestler.
Jerry the King.
And then Texas, he has Stone Cold Steve Austin, but he has honorable mentions as The Undertaker and Dusty Rhodes.
Nice.
Utah has Don Leo Jonathan, and the honorable mention was Wild Bill Longson.
Really?
Yep. For a little description of Don Leo is that he was one of the first Giants. He was 6'6", 300-plus pounds.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big man. Big man.
All right, and then Vermont, they have Vivian Vachon. There she was part of the Noe family.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, the Noe family is pretty big, so I guess that's not a surprise.
Yeah. All right, next one is Virginia, and they have Tony Atlas, and then the honorable mention was Magnum TA.
Magnum TA. He was actually a very good wrestler, Magnum TA. Actually, I would put him over top of, to be honest, but
Superstar switch up.
Let's see.
Superstar and become
I guess part of the thing that the writer lists is that Tony Atlas is one of the first people to ever press slam and pin Hulk Hogan.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yep. He was the first man to ever do it.
Interesting. Interessant.
Yeah, and then it says he's best known for having his partner is Rocky Johnson in the 1980s. And then,
old man Rocky Johnson.
Yep. And then Washington has Daniel Bryan. And they don't have honorable mentions for that.
For Washington State or Washington, D.C.?
No, Washington State. Washington, D.C.
Gotcha.
was the
chance to win a channel redemption of your choices. 005. The number to win a YTD championship match is
Okay. And then next one is West Virginia was Ray the Crippler Stevens. And it says Ray the Crippler Stevens wrestled an astonishing four decades, starting in the 1950s. I think he was 15. It says, he often viewed as one of the best pure worker of the 1960s. Stevens was one of those guys who could wrestle a broom and put on a good match. A fearless, acrobatic, charismatic.
Wrestle a broom.
Stevens won championships just about everywhere. He has a total of 12 United States championships, 4 heavyweight championships, 2 television championships, 4 junior heavyweight championships, 3 brass knuckles championships, and an unprecedented 18 tag team championships. Perhaps his most memorable partners was Pat Patterson, when they were called the Blonde Bombers.
Bombers,
Jimmy Snuka and Dick Bockwinkel. He also tagged with plenty of other noteworthy gentlemen such as Greg the Hammer Valentine and High Chief Peter Maivia.
Ever since I took my spot here at the commentary table, I have wanted.
Any of you guys ever see Peter Maivia wrestle?
So how do I get
No, I have not.
A very high pressure situation.
No, I didn't see him.
Well, what about you?
questions?
You've never seen Peter Maivia wrestle, no?
No.
I mean, he even wrestled in the 80s.
Block the Discord link.
So that's why I asked. I was just curious.
Well,
I thought
I
maybe you
might
might
have seen it. I just don't, remember.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Actually, didn't he team up with Rocky Johnson in the early WWE days? Or WWF days, by chance?
Can't recall. That wouldn't surprise me if that happened, though.
The next day is Wisconsin, and they have the Crusher listed. Honorable mention was Ed the Strangler Lewis.
If you hop on the server, we've got a channel called Inca Contra.
It says the true wrestler pioneer saw Milwaukee, Wisconsin's own Crusher inspired more people than you may know. The Crusher was a precursor to many of the wrestling great brawlers. He was a barrel-chested, beer-chugging like Stone Cold Steve Austin, who could take punishment like Mick Foley and mount a comeback like Hulk Hogan. Though primarily a tag team competitor, he had won 24 tag team championships throughout his career. He also held 5 heavyweight championships across various AWA territories. Has been inducted to the Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame, the WCW Hall of Fame, and the Wrestling Observer's Newsletter Hall of Fame. So far, I can imagine he'd likely be inducted as a legacy inductee along with fellow native Wisconsinite Ed the Strangler Lewis. And then they have, for Wyoming, they have Eric Bischoff listed as the best wrestler.
Eric Bischoff?
Well, considering when I looked it up, I found mention of Eric Bischoff and I found Garrett Bischoff. That's it.
That's the only people in Wyoming?
Yeah, there was Eric Bischoff
People that don't
was on
wrestle?
Wikipedia, and on Pro Wrestling Fandom, it was Garrett Bischoff. So I mean, that state don't have much representation.
Nope. And that actually is the last state in my list, Wyoming.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Bischoff has wrestled or been in a wrestling match, I guess, is a better way to put it, but Bischoff?
Now, I will say I did have a slight disagreement with Washington because you have Greg Valentine. You know?
Yeah, Hammer Valentine was awesome, yeah.
So it's like, how is he not on the, you know?
Yeah. The only thing I can state is he did state it was his opinion. So.
Yes.
His opinion buried Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
Yeah.
Yes,
I respect that he stated that right out of the outset, you know.
I
That it was
respect
his opinion.
he has no respect. That's what I respect.
Yeah,
Cool.
actually,
Respects that he has no respect.
The only time he's mentioned Ricky the Dragon in anything in his list was when he selected the Hawaii one. But he said he didn't select Ricky the Dragon because he wasn't born in Hawaii. That's the only time he mentioned it.
I mean, he indeed was not born in Hawaii, but still. Said he wasn't born in Hawaii, but he didn't make the list in the other state either.
Yeah, it made no sense.
And then, of course, this guy picks BM Punk over Kevin Von Erich.
Oh, for Illinois, yeah.
Yeah. You know?
Well, my guess is him personally, he just prefers CM Punk there.
Well,
Has to be the case because there's no way.
Feel free to tell me your favorite Kevin Von Erich match, Lanola. You fill me in on that.
Okay.
It's been so many years since I've watched Von Erich, but I loved watching him in the ring, and the man had unlimited potential in the ring.
All right, okay, CM Punk it is. All right.
No. BM Punk can get flushed.
Yeah, we looked it up. Cool. I guess according to the thing, there's only 2 matches they considered CM Punk to have five stars.
Yeah, the him and Joe.
Yeah, that was one.
And I'm trying to think the other 5-star match.
Him and Cena was the other one they list.
Oh, really? It was him and Cena did get 5. Okay.
Neither one of those were 5, but anyway.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have said they were 5 either.
No, I mean solid 4s, maybe.
Sure.
Cena would be 3.5. No, albeit a solid 3.5. I mean, it wasn't a terrible match, but it was nowhere near a 5. Joe versus Punk was closer to a 5 than Cena versus Punk.
Yeah. The only problem that detracts from that match is the fact that they probably spent like the first 10-15 minutes headlocking each other. So
You did not wait, so you didn't like the 10-11 minutes of straight headlock reversals, retaliations, back into a headlock, onto the ground, stand back up, headlock into the corner, headlock, bounce off the ropes, headlock, take you down, headlock, flip-flop over, reversal, headlock. I mean, are you serious? You did not like that 10 minutes waste of time?
No, I did not. It was a little too much.
Slightly.
Slightly
overdone.
What was funny was they followed that up with a little scuffle on the outside, back inside, and then back into headlock.
Yeah.
Oh, someone redeemed 10 minutes of bliss, but they didn't say who it was for.
Ah, you ghastly bastards. You just lost some Archiverse bucks because you didn't take the time out of your day to think for 2 seconds on who you would like to have bliss.
But hello to hype.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.
That is a ghastly name. Very suspect. But welcome into Hype. What's new and exciting? Welcome to episode number 407. You've actually shown up at the very last match of the evening. This is our Go Home Happy matchup. You missed a fantastic tournament. You should have been here earlier. Sorry about your damn luck. But welcome in. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of the show. So far, been a great matchup. But yeah, so we got a shout out for 2 Hype. And did we get a shout out also for Tiger?
Yeah, when Tiger first came in, there was a shout out.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure. And did we ban Curliti? Did we ban Curliti?
I think Curly left. I don't know if we could.
I mean, that doesn't matter. We should ban Curliti anyway.
That's even worse if Curly left on their own. That's terrible.
Right? Before we invaded, before the show is done, I'm going to go play a game. I want to play Barbie Island Princess with Ashley.
No, you only leave when we tell you you're good and ready to leave.
That's right. You tell Curliti, cool.
Archer,
how dare
when
you?
Going?
I mean, I'm not going anywhere, but I am being bothered by my dog, so I'm going to actually let the big, giant baby outside for a moment. I'll be right back.
Wow, Alan Severn just ducked Kevin Nash, and now he's taunting him.
Wow, it's not hard to duck Kevin Nash. This guy is pretty tall. I mean, with those quads, I think the trees in the Lord of the Rings are more limber than fucking Kevin Nash.
How's your dick?
I think Foggy misses a little bit of the coolness on the chin.
Yeah. So you still won't know if they're going to call you into work until the morning?
It was, yeah, like, I guess a motor went down on one of the inserts for the paper, like insert presses for the paper, so they need to, if they're going to print the paper tomorrow, I guess they want to do it, off-site, which means catering to their schedule, which means getting it done way earlier than we normally do.
Oh, man, how often does it happen?
Not very often at all. Usually when this happens, it's either because of a mechanical error or it's a weather problem. Like us losing power and not being able to do anything.
That's what I was curious about. It looked like he was just trying to hold him up on his shoulders.
I was trying to tear his quad. I don't know what the fuck you didn't see there. I was trying to tear his quad.
Is that what they're calling that now? Cool.
Yeah, that's what we're calling it.
He just wanted to be under Nash.
Oh, that's dirty. What the fuck was that move? That's like him trying to do the razor's edge and then he got fucking tired of it. That's what it looked like.
Or he's like, I can't steal my partner's finishing. Here you go.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, you bitch about my jackknife. Here you go. Dude, so many people bitch about his jackknife.
I think that's why. What did he modify it to where he just throws him forward now instead of drops him straight down?
Yeah, because it hurt like hell.
Yeah, returned.
But the rings at that time were a little less forgiving, though.
Sorry, what period are we talking here?
90s. You're aware. A lot of superstars bitched about fucking taking Kevin Nash's fucking jackknife.
Oh yeah, well yeah, absolutely. The ring was definitely a lot more unforgiving then. And that jackknife, I mean, he would bounce people off that canvas. I mean,
fuck yeah, he would.
I don't know which of the news shows it was or whatever, but they were talking about WCW, and they actually showed the ring, what was under the ring, and it was like it was almost all plywood.
Yes.
There was very little padding.
Yes. So me personally, who's actually helped set up a ring before, yeah, there's very little padding. It's like like just over the plywood even. It's just full, just fucking big boards of plywood going over the beams.
Froggy's going off in the chat room. Can you imagine the fucking strength it takes to hit Nash like that? He said, what the fuck is Hart doing?
No. Fucking Christian Hart had Nash in a stretch muffler. And he's like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, he's trying to tear Nash's quad.
I think it's just going to get better access.
That's why I thought he just wanted to be under Nash.
And I see I didn't miss much. We have not had a single elimination yet.
Nope.
No. All you heard is these two like the watch ass munch. That's all they want.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Hey, what state are you guys from again? Yeah, let's not talk about it. Don't go there, guys.
Don't go there. I mean, you go visit Glenola's state, you can't even enjoy a pie eating contest at that state. I mean, Glenola has ruined it for the entire town he lives in, and the state was caught.
He couldn't have tainted that much pussy.
No, but he was sneaking in to these pie eating contests the night before the competition was due to take place, and eating all of the pies, then claiming victory for himself, cheating.
I think that's pretty much victory, don't you? Cool. Eating all the pie before anybody else does.
I mean, teach their own, man. I'm happy for you.
Happy, joy.
Happy.
How happy? I mean, are you extremely happy? Are you elated happy?
Sure. Do you know what elated means?
I do.
Okay.
Do you?
I do.
So would you not be elated?
Not this moment, no.
Not even a little bit?
Well, I will be soon when I go get food.
When I go get food. Oh, we're happy you're happy about the chicken and potatoes.
Oh, yes.
That you don't plan to share.
Why on earth Boss Man would team with The Undertaker?
Hey, Drek, this is a TAV Legends versus WWE WCW Legends match.
Yeah.
If you hadn't have fallen asleep, you would, of course, known that. But as it is, you were not enjoying Team J Negative Gaming and Team Joe Link performing a phenomenal wrestling clinic in the ring tonight.
I would hardly call it a performance, but, you know, teach their own.
I mean, they are the new Archerverse World Tag Team Champions. Les Champions.
Christian Hart tried to dive at Nash and he missed.
He did. He did.
Oh, it was awful. It was, yeah, he missed by a mile.
Oh, he missed the mark, yeah. Crashed and burned on that one.
Oh, cool. Today, did you dress up for Halloween today? Cool.
Yeah, did you? He dressed up as Kirby.
Ooh. I got pretty hot and pink earlier. You're right.
Hot in pink.
I fucking devoured everything.
Glenola dressed up as a hooker. That was fun. Even posted a selfie on Discord.
Froggy was like hashtag Coolby.
Coolby. Nice. That is a thing.
I dressed up as Sonic today.
I mean, with that beard, you should have been Knuckles. Hands down.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Another tombstone.
Yeah, but yeah, that is like the second one I think he's taken from Undertaker tonight. Wow, he kicked out of it. Severed. Does not know how to say quit.
You know, Sonic is the choice. It is. It was actually pretty cool. I was taking my daughter trick-or-treating, so I was like, yeah, you can use Sonic today.
Sorry, what did your daughter dress up as again?
She dressed up as technically a bat, but it was like like a dress. It was like a dress with like bats all over it and had wings. So bat.
Very cool.
So she was a swarm of bats.
A swarm of bats. Yes, she was. That is vicious. Were you scared? Did she scare you?
Not me.
Didn't even pretend to be scared for his daughter, guys. Did you hear that?
Watch this full tap out. Watch him tap out.
Oh, Nash saved the day.
Oh, yep.
Of course he did.
And for his efforts...
It seems like Hart and Nash have had a beef this whole match.
They have. I know. I was thinking the exact same thing. Sense of rivalry.
If I had to rank top 10 wrestlers that I just don't enjoy, never enjoyed watching, I can respect them, but as in pure enjoyment, Kevin Nash would be on that top 10 list of wrestlers I just didn't enjoy watching.
I don't think you'd be the only one to say that. I mean, everybody admits he was a genius mind for the business, but in the ring he was very subpar. He was just a very big man that moved. You know, he was agile. You know, and he was athletic for a big guy, and definitely a lot worse wrestlers that you could think of. But yeah, I mean, I was never overly. Not even when he was Diesel. You know, not even when he was champion for a little over a year or whatever it was.
Diesel did absolutely nothing for me.
No, it was actually not even that entertaining. But
yeah, here's how sad it was. Diesel got popular, and here I was like, bring back Psycho Sid.
Bring back Psycho Sid.
Yeah, I'll admit,
Big Boss Man has been eliminated. The TAV Legends up by 1. Into the Sant.
Nash only had 5 moves, LOL.
Nash only has 5 moves, from Dedrick says. That might be generous.
Yeah, that's real.
That might be generous.
Let's see, what do you do? The big boot, the sidewalk slam, the jackknife?
Occasionally a standing vertical suplex.
Yeah.
If he was feeling real ambitious.
Snake eyes.
He would do the window size up into the elbow into the corner.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
Sometimes he did have a pretty good power slam as well. But
I want to say it was the kitchen sink that he used to do with the ropes. You know, where he'd kind of almost like a hold-on Irish whip into the knee.
yeah. Depending on who he was in the ring with, you know, he did some pretty good stuff for a big guy, but a lot of the times his matches were just, you know.
Yeah, I just never cared.
No.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot.
I don't know, for some reason, I always think, every time I think of Kevin Nash, I always think of the finger poke of doom with Hulk Hogan.
The finger poke of doom. Yeah. The most deadly move in pro wrestling history, the finger poke of doom. Are you okay there, Glenn? It sounded like you almost swallowed that whole bottle.
Are
you just practicing?
Wasted a nebulizer treatment. I had all set up so after the
I felt
show
more
I
like
could take it, and I dropped it.
I felt more like you were taking the whole dressed up in hooker cosplay a little too serious.
Nope. I had the
ran into bananas
ready to go and then dropped the whole assembly to the floor.
Ooh, Taker misses a flying elbow drop.
Yeah, second old school bolts of Christian Hart. Yep, it's true. They're really taking it to Christian Hart today.
He is. Between Nash and Taker, they have a real problem with the Iceman tonight.
They do. Oh, and the tombstone.
Oh, and a tombstone. That might be it for Christian Hart. Wait, Nash already over there. No!
Oh, yeah,
Hart kicked out.
Wow.
And somehow B. Henry gets the brunt of that. Look at Nash just standing there making sure Severn just stays where he is.
He's keeping him at bay.
They're keeping him there, yep. And Undertaker taking it to B. Henry. Ooh, shot to the liver by Hart. Look at the strength of Hart. Big power slam. Military press to a power slam. Looked like he was going to tag in Severn, then he changed his mind at the last second. He's like, nope. Psych.
Yeah. Oh,
just keep standing there. I'll take the jackknife instead. Great choice. Wolfman's like, fuck it, I'm just going to stand right here then. Oh! Henry is just taking a beating for Christian Hart tonight.
The Wolfman's just letting it happen.
Right? Wolfman's just like, fuck y'all, you don't want to tag me in?
You know, Sir Jack brings up an interesting point. He says he's glad the old school isn't necessarily an overused move because it always looked impressive, Taker going up the rope and doing it. And, you know, it's kind of, you know what? It's nice to see a move that isn't, like, outright done by, like, every other, like, random superstar. Like,
yeah, I agree.
Destroyer. So.
Yeah, that gets way overused now, even if it's done differently here and there, but.
He's rubbing Hart's face into the mat.
So mean. So mean.
He says Big Daddy Cool ain't playing. No, he's been on a vicious agenda to tear apart Christian Hart tonight, and I think the Undertaker's decided to join in on the affair.
So I think it was Sanjay Dutt over on TNA that used to use the old school, but he called it like the fountain or something.
I forget what he called his move.
Yeah.
Sanjay Dutt was actually a pretty good wrestler, though.
Oh, he was.
To be fair.
Yeah, I didn't mind
It was
Sanjay.
entertaining.
Yeah, Sanjay was entertaining, yeah. Link, who's your favorite wrestler? Like, not necessarily from today, or let's say of all time.
Mine?
Yeah.
The Undertaker. The Undertaker is my favorite wrestler.
Is he? Yeah. See, I never include him because he's kind of on a different level than the rest of them, so he's a given. I just leave him at the top where he belongs, but...
My second favorite's Bret.
Bret the Hitman Hart, yeah.
See, respectable man.
Respectable man.
Yeah. Also my top five, I have Hulk Hogan because I grew up watching Hulk Hogan.
Well, yeah, of course. Well, of course. Kevin Nash got tapped out by the Wolfman. Wolfman finally gets in there, and he is already taking names.
That's 2 I've tapped.
Wow, did Severn really? Severn
Yeah, he beat the Big Boss Man.
took out the Big Boss Man as well?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. He's going for Taker next. No way! Holy shit! Alan Severn single-handedly defeated every member of Team WWE WCW Legends. That is crazy.
And tapped out the Undertaker to the Hell's Gate.
Right? Wow, tapped out the Undertaker to his own submission move. That is absolutely savage. Absolutely savage. So the winners of the match, the All-American Uptown B. Henry from Team 3 TVB, the Iceman Christian Hart from Team Christian Cool, and from Team Glenola, the Wolfman Alan Severn. They are the TAV Legends. Wow. That's crazy.
I think it's funny that half the match, Alan Severn sat there and watched them get beat up.
Well, but they won't tag you in. What else are you going to do?
Right? All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is all for episode number 407. It was a fantastic tournament, and that was a lot of fun watching the WWE and WCW Legends take on the Archiverse Legends. Big victory for Team of the Archiverse. Awesomeness. Can't complain with that. That was fantastic. But as usual, I appreciate everybody for being here. But now it is invasion time. You see that? Somebody left our invasion. We need to find out who that was and ban them immediately. And anybody that's in here not already involved in the raid, ban them too. Banned. That's how it's going to work. But we are going to go invade Cornhusk Show because he is still live. So let's go show him some love and keep the energy going. And we'll see each other Wednesday night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Archiverse Wrestle Wars. It's going to be a hell of a show, and we're going to be on the road. Tonight's big stream preview of 2022, which is incidentally going to be on YouTube live because we're going live with YTD Academy Tribute for the Troops. And we'll talk about that more in the coming days. But we'll see each other later. You don't have to go home, but you cannot stay. You can go to Cool's house, Joe Link's house. You can go to Gloria's house, but you cannot stay. Please get the fuck out. Goodbye.